Okay, what's up, everybody? What's up, iCKEdMeL? Let's see. We're live. We're here. How you guys doing? It is double check, 'cause I don't even know myself. Friday today, and I wanted to go over, watch day one of this trial. Go over some details. People keep telling me about it. Melly, YNW Melly. It's a Florida case, Broward County, and this started actually, I think this week, right? Monday, I think it started. And I wasn't sure about covering it. People were telling me about covering it, but I was like, I'm not sure, and I had a lot of stuff going on. But it seems pretty interesting. I've seen some of the clips, like on Instagram, Twitter, stuff like that. And so the plan is, and first of all, I didn't even want to start this late today. Let me actually update my chat here. Got the wrong chat open. I didn't want to start this late today, but I had some car stuff that I was dealing with. The brakes literally stopped working on me yesterday while I was driving. So right now it's in the shop. So I initially wanted to start the stream in the morning. I didn't want to start this shit at 3 p.m., like a 7-8 hour stream. But, you know, a lot of times we just got to adjust and roll with the punches. So, yeah, my plan is let's watch day one, opening statements, go over some of the details. I have the Mo sent me the probable cause affidavit, which I think what I'm going to do with that is do a separate video on that. I think I should do a separate pre-recorded video, and they get into a lot of the details of the charges and stuff. So I'll do that. I'm not sure when. I'm almost hesitant to say when because so many things keep happening that I have to change things on the fly. So, but yeah, so a little quick synopsis of this. This is one of the articles here from Jacksonville.com. Before we start watching the actual trial video, day one, police charge Florida rapper YNW Melly with killing two close friends who are also rising rap stars and trying to make it appear. Oops. Let's see here. Oh, this is weird. Let me fix this. This must be from the other day. Oop. There we go. So to make it appear as they died in a drive-by shooting on Wednesday, Miramar police arrested 19-year-old. This was actually back in, I don't know, 2018. Well, the arrest happened in 2019. Let's see where this picture's at. But the whose legal name is, the guy's name, YNW Melly. His actual legal name is Jamil. I say demons, but I think in the trial they're calling him demons. I don't know. That shit says demons to me, but whatever. They're always changing the name. This is the actual arrest here. This was February 13, 2019. Murder in the first degree, murder premeditated. So the first degree murder charges in October 2018. Deaths of 19-year-old Christopher Thomas Jr. and 21-year-old Anthony Williams. So they were all in the car together. It was four of them in the car together. There's Jamil Demons, which is Melly. Cortland Henry, which was the driver and the other survivor, and he's the other defendant. And then the two deceased people, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. Anthony Williams went by this nickname called Sack Chaser. And the Christopher Thomas guy, he went by Juvie. I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. I don't know what to tell you. They both pleaded not guilty in the Broward County double murder homicide. Cortland, which is the driver, joined Jamil on Monday, pleading not guilty to the murder of their two childhood friends. And they're all in the same group, too. This YNW. Charisma, thank you so much for the super chat. What's up? What's up? The zoo was amazing. Thank you. Mo says YNW means young new wave. Uh-oh. Or young N world. Oh, Lord. Lord. Henry, who stood mute as the charges were announced, entered a plea Monday morning in Fort Lauderdale courtroom, according to Paula McCann, a spokesperson for Broward County State Attorney's Office. Both of them pleaded not guilty. They were killed in October 2018. Christopher and Anthony. So a grand jury indicted Demons and Henry. Okay. Police believe Demons was the shooter, and Henry accused of staging the shooting to look like a drive-by. Also faces 2 counts of accessory after the fact. All 4 men grew up in Vero Beach. I gotta fix this. I've been to Vero Beach before. They all grew up in Vero Beach area and were part of a quickly rising YNW collective. Thomas went by the stage name WNY Juvie, while Williams was also known as Sack Chaser. Sack Chasing. The crew's most famous work was YNW Melly's Murder on My Mind, a video that amassed more than 130 million views on YouTube. Damn. And I was listening to him explain that song, which was kind of interesting. So we'll get into this little quick piece here, and then we'll start the trial thing. And like I said, we're gonna check it out and see for ourselves, because my plan is, right, if we decide to fully cover this today, we'll do day 1. We'll do parts, just some highlights of day 2. Day 3 we're gonna skip, because I heard day 3 was kind of like boring. We're gonna skip day 3, and then either tomorrow or Monday, because there's no trial today, there's no trial over the weekend, and there's no trial Monday. They're coming back Tuesday, so we have a couple of days that we can catch up, because my goal is to be caught up by Tuesday, so Tuesday we can start watching with everybody else at the same time. So that's the plan. All right. So, okay, what happened? At about 4:35 a.m. on October 26th, Henry drove to the Memorial Hospital in Miramar, which I know people that work there, in a Jeep Compass. Police said Williams and Thomas were seated inside, dead from multiple gunshot wounds. Okay. The 4 men had been in a Fort Lauderdale recording studio earlier in the evening, leaving in the Jeep about 3:20 a.m. Henry told the detective a vehicle pulled up next to him and started shooting, but police could not find any evidence in the area, and cell phone location data contradicted the claims. Oh shit. 9 gunshot holes were in the Jeep, and the interior was covered in blood, police reported, but trajectory of the bullets and wounds led police to conclude the scene had been staged, supported by a single .40 caliber shell casing found inside the vehicle. Ooh. Investigators found the scene where the belief cover-up happened, but it's unclear where the shooting itself occurred. So I don't even think it happened where they said it did. All right, so let's get started, because this has got a long way to go. Long way to go. I got murder on my mind all the effing time. Ooh. Crystal says you may want to check out the end of day 3, maybe a mistrial. I heard about that. I'm going to see if we can find an article. End of day 3 is interesting. So the end of day 3? Yeah, I heard day 3 was boring as ish. That's why I'm like, we ain't even going to bother with day 3. But if you guys said day 3, the end of it, maybe somebody can timestamp it. I don't know how much we'll get done today. I would love to get done with day 1, because I'd like to catch up. So this for all the people that haven't been watching, or you just want to keep me company. Did you check your brake fluid for leaks? I didn't check for leaks. I don't know how to do that. I just checked that. I saw I had brake fluid. The guy told me I have to change out all the rotor pads. I don't think there's a leak. He said the front and rear pads, and then the master cylinder. That's all getting changed out. He said the issue was the master cylinder, but he said that the brake pads. Wait, end of day 4, not 3. What? Oh, that was the end of day 4. End of day 4 was fire. Okay. We're watching the whole day 4. Day 4 was good. Well, I got murder on my mind all the freaking time. Oh, way too loud. Let me fix that. The master cylinder depends on what your car is. He told me, yeah, 459. $125? Okay. Boom, boom. Boom, boom.
I'm ready to begin today. At this time, the attorneys, the parties have the opportunity to make what are called opening statements, in which they may explain to you the issues in the case and summarize the facts that they expect the evidence will show. The statements that the attorneys now make and the arguments that they later make are not to be considered by you as either evidence in the case or as your instructions on the law. Nevertheless, these statements are intended to help you properly understand the issues, the evidence, and the applicable law, so you should give them your close attention. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On October 26th of 2018, this defendant shot and killed two of his friends. He killed Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to set out the story and how this unfolded and lay out what I expect the evidence will show during the course of this trial. First thing you are going to hear is that at 4:35
So this is the prosecution, obviously. No.
a.m. on October 26th of 2018, Cortland Henry, the co-defendant, shows up at Memorial Miramar Hospital. In his car, he has two dead bodies. In the front passenger seat is Anthony Williams. In the rear passenger seat is Christopher Thomas. They are dead, they are riddled with bullets, and the car is full of blood. Christopher Thomas is sitting in the rear. There is multiple defects to his body. Anthony Williams, who is sitting in the front, has two major injuries. Officer Jessica Amangor is working a detail at the hospital.
Hey, who has major injuries?
Who is sitting in the front, multiple defects to his body. Anthony Williams, who is sitting in the front, has two major injuries.
That's the deceased person as well.
Officer Jessica Amangor is working a detail at the hospital. Cortland Henry runs in, starts telling a story about a drive-by.
Cortland Henry's the driver.
Quote-unquote drive-by.
Oh, shit. Quote, unquote.
Cortland Henry, and you're going to learn a lot about Miramar geography during the course of this trial, tells a story that he and his buddies, just the two that are in the car, were at a music studio here in downtown Fort Lauderdale at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue. He's going to tell law enforcement, and you're going to hear this statement. You're going to hear the actual audio of him telling law enforcement. We were at the recording studio. We drove home because they lived out in West Miramar. You're going to hear Cortland say that they come across in the path of travel, that they're getting off the highway on I-75 southbound to go west on Miramar Parkway. And you're going to hear that on Miramar Parkway, sometime between 160th, which is also commonly referred to as Dykes Road, and 172nd.
I've been in those areas before.
Cortland Henry says they were shot at. That he ducked down, and you'll see him doing that in the video, and that he didn't see any car, he didn't see any people, he has no information, and that he quickly went to the nearest hospital. So you're going to learn that when you go on Miramar Parkway and you take that right at 172, Memorial Miramar is just about 1 mile north. So the distance between most major intersections in Broward County is 1 mile. So you're going to learn that from 160th to 172nd, 1 mile. From 172nd to the next major intersection on Miramar Parkway, 184th, 1 mile. So you're going to hear and
He didn't go to the funerals. Somebody else here said, Tartan said, Melly wanted to keep the lot. Gave victims' moms only $15,000 at funeral, so he walked away with hundreds of thousands of dollars. Oh, damn. Yeah, I'm gonna, for the people that are watching, I know a lot of people have already watched this, so we're just catching up. I know that it's not gonna be, I'm kind of curious, so, but I am gonna, hopefully over the weekend, I'm gonna work on this affidavit, so I can put a short video together too. We can go over all the details that they're claiming, prosecution, the state, that stuff. So, and then we'll just learn as we go.
I find that Mr. Henry's statement that the car is traveling westbound on Memorial Parkway, then goes north on 172nd and shows up at the hospital for the drive-by is completely and utterly false. How can I tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Well, the detectives from Miramar at this point shut down the entire length of Miramar Parkway from 160th to 172nd. And they sit and they walk side by side for an hour, that mile-long stretch, looking for evidence of this drive-by. Because evidence is the remnants a crime leaves behind. And in this case, the lack of evidence is very important. There is a lack of any evidence whatsoever to support that a drive-by happened on Miramar Parkway. What would they look for? Shell casings, glass fragments, projectiles, tire marks. You're going to hear that there is none of that found whatsoever. So then they say, well, maybe we have the time frame wrong. Maybe we have the location wrong. So they walk an additional mile from 172 to 184th. Still nothing. No broken glass, no projectiles, no fire casings. Detectives know they have a Jeep that they are looking at the Memorial Miramar Hospital that has 16 easily identifiable bullet defects, that has a broken out rear view window and 2 broken side windows on the passenger side. Things aren't adding up. So detectives work in our hospital that has 16 easily identifiable bullet defects.
Damn.
That has a Jeep that they are looking at the Memorial Miramar Hospital that has 16 easily identifiable bullet defects. That has a broken out rear view window and 2 broken side windows on the passenger side. Things aren't adding up. So detectives work backwards. They are then able to determine that 805 Northeast 4th address, that it's a recording studio, and that the recording studio is equipped with cameras.
Ooh.
And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see footage from both inside and outside of that recording studio. You're going to learn that on the morning of the 26th at approximately 1 p.m., detectives went out to the recording studio to try and see if somebody had followed the victims, to find out how they knew where they were going to be to set up this drive-by. In the video, that is the first time detectives learned that there was actually 4 people in that gray Jeep, and that the defendant, Jamel Demons, is in the rear driver's side seat. So let me set the scene for you at the recording studio, because there's actually 8 young men there. You're going to hear they arrived at the recording studio, not much was getting done. They were tired. They left at 3:19, and they got into 2 vehicles. So first vehicle is a red Mitsubishi SUV. In that red Mitsubishi SUV, 4 individuals get into it. Travion Glass, Dontavius Withers, Jacoby Mills, and Adrian Davis. They are in the red Mitsubishi. In the gray Jeep, you have the driver, Cortland Henry, rear driver's side passenger, Jamel Demmons, Anthony Williams in the front seat, and Cortland Henry, again, the driver, Christopher Thomas in the rear. What you will find and what you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, is that this gray Jeep leaves the recording studio, goes over to I-95, takes I-95 south to 595, 595 across to I-75 south, I-75 south to Miramar Parkway. You're going to see traffic cameras from the Department of Transportation that show the cars going across 595, one after the other. In those videos, you're not going to see them stop. And it's just a small portion of which is covered by cameras on that. But then what you're going to see is the cell phone evidence. The digital leash. The item that is carried around in everyone's pocket, in everyone's car, you use on a daily basis. Because you're going to see, as Jamel Demmons leaves that recording studio, he's got his phone in his hand, and he's playing on his phone. You're going to see on that phone information that Anthony Williams had his phone with him. And the interesting fact that's important to keep in mind is Anthony Williams, the deceased in the front passenger seat, and Jamel Demmons, who is the shooter, in the rear driver's side passenger seat, have the exact same make and model of cell phone. Not only do they have the same make and model of cell phone, they are on the exact same cell phone plan.
Oh.
They're using the same service, the same cell towers, everything like that. So you can compare the information from those two cell phones and see how they track together. Christopher Thomas, who's the deceased in the rear.
Let me just show you this picture too that I found online. Oh, well. Did it save here? I was trying to save it. To give you, just to give you a little visual, here it is. Now I saved it. So I'm not going to try to do too many pauses. You know, we got a lot to cover. And I put it at normal speed because I want to hear, actually want to hear this kind of a little bit slower, but I might speed it up later. So it would have been nice if they put the names here. But anyway, this is the left front driver. And so the driver was Cortland Henry. The driver, yeah. Cortland Henry, he's the other defendant. This is Melly. He was in the behind the left rear passenger behind the driver. And these are the two deceased people here. Okay. So I'm going to try eventually, if we keep going and by the time Monday comes along, we're still interested, or Tuesday, I should say, I might come up and put the pictures on the screen and put their names under it so we can, so it's less confusing for people.
Passenger seat. He had an iPhone as well, and he was on the Sprint service at the time. In the other car, that red Mitsubishi, Dontavius Withers also had a Sprint service cell phone. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have individuals in two cars and all of the cell phone tracks together. Going across 595, going until they get to Miramar Parkway and 184th. At 184th, the red Mitsubishi goes south. And you will then see it at 3:50 a.m. going through the guard gate at Sunset Lakes. That was the gated community in which the individuals were all living at the time of this homicide in October of 2018. On the Sunset Lakes guard video, the red Mitsubishi goes through, the gray Jeep doesn't. The gray Jeep instead goes north and then proceeds to go to the actual scene of the homicides. The gray Jeep goes north on 184th up to Pines Boulevard. From Pines Boulevard, it travels west all the way to the edge of the Everglades, where it is desolate, where it is dark, where there are no witnesses. The gray Jeep goes down south on US 27.
And I honestly, I'm a little confused by all the vehicles and stuff. I'm thinking we'll figure it out, but right now I'm a little confused. I understand the one vehicle where the people were killed in. these two guys were killed in. I'm a little confused with the other vehicles, and from what I heard, and this is just the opening statement. So this they can kind of have open reins to say their theories, but we still have to see what evidence they have, right? I don't know if she's trying to, because they were saying I don't think they believe these people were killed where they said the supposed drive-by shooting happened. I don't know if they're alluding to they were shot somewhere else and then brought to that spot. So far I hear this Jeep, right? And then I hear this red Mitsubishi, I believe. I'm still trying to understand the Mitsubishi thing. Somebody says, so do we think he did it or not? I have no idea because I'm just getting to the story. I have to hear way more details before I come to that decision. And it's a death trial, right? Like it's a death sentence trial. So it's a pretty big deal.
And turns left on Pembroke Road. You're going to learn that Pembroke Road does not connect through. That right there, Pembroke Road dead ends at a trash facility. That at that recycling facility, you're not going to see people. You're not going to see activity. There's no street lights. And at 4:02 a.m., Jamel Demons exits that vehicle and stages that drive-by. Because, ladies and gentlemen, remember, at this time, Miramar is going and working backwards. They're looking for communication to figure out how and why and how the location of this Jeep was known, why they would be targeted. At that point, there is no communication. You're not going to see any sort of phone calls, any sort of text messages going out, setting up any sort of meeting at the edge of the Everglades at 4 in the morning. What you are going to find is that after the surveillance footage is brought up, some of these other individuals say, oh no, we stopped. We stopped the car and Mr. Demons on the side of the highway got out of the gray Jeep and got into the red Mitsubishi. But ladies and gentlemen, it's important to know and look at the details because the details don't match up. One person says, oh, it's at this location. One person says it's over here on the side of the road. Look at what the physical evidence shows, and that's what I would suggest to you is the most reliable things. So on the physical evidence, the Jeep is towed to the Miramar substation, and a search warrant is executed on it. And at that point, officers, crime scene technicians, and investigators start going through the contents of the Jeep.
So Mo tells me that the defense claims that after leaving the studio in the red car and gray Jeep pulled over and Demons, aka Melly, got into the red car, claiming he wasn't even there at the shooting. Let me try something else too real quick, guys. I want to try, since we're just playing around, kind of playing around. Oh, the noise suppression was already kind of on. Tell me how it sounds. It's going to take 30 seconds because there's a 30-second delay. Tell me how it sounds with the noise suppression on, because there's a lot of background noise, but I have to amplify the volume. So let me know how it sounds after this. If not, I'll go back.
And all of the ballistic from the drive-by are all coming from the passenger side in towards the driver's side. And then from the rear of the vehicle, forwards towards the front. The medical examiner's office is also conducting an investigation. You're going to hear testimony about the autopsies that were conducted on Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. And this is when the suspicion, the investigation takes a turn. Because at that point, the fatal wounds for Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams are coming from inside the vehicle, from the rear driver's side passenger going out towards the passenger side. The other interesting thing the medical examiner's office is going to tell you is that when the drive-by was staged at 4:02 a.m., the victims were already dead. The medical examiner will be able to testify and tell you that the fatal shots to Anthony Williams, to his head, that enters in the back of his head and exits at the top, blowing out the front passenger window,
Ooh.
was fatal. and that the additional wounds that are consistent with the trajectories going through the vehicle, he's already dead. They are post-mortem inflicted gunshot wounds. The same for Christopher Thomas.
So, I mean, I don't know. What are they saying? I mean, I get they said the headshot was like they were already dead and it was post-mortem after death shots to the body. Are they saying that, I don't know, what, they shot him in the head, put him in the car, and then shot through the car to make it look like a drive-by shooting? I'm still trying to catch this.
You will hear from the medical examiner's office that Dr. McDougall and Dr. Souter.
Darren said armpit check. I never clipped the armpit doctor. I need to clip him. Darren, thank you for the super chat as well. Says Mel, the other day was like the Murdoch case with phone GPS and bullet trajectory. 5'4" people sled. What day was that? We're gonna do day 1. If we have time today, we're gonna do just small snippets and highlights of day 2. We're skipping day 3. I heard day 3 was trashed, and either tomorrow or Monday we'll cover day 4, and then Tuesday we'll be caught up for day 5. That's the plan. That's what they're saying, Narcy? Okay. I'm having a little bit of a hard time following, but I'm kind of catching a little bit. Okay.
Who conducted the autopsies, that Christopher Thomas was shot in his left cheek. That was the fatal shot for him. You're also going to hear about stippling. Stippling is unburnt gunpowder that's ejected from the front of a firearm when a bullet is fired. The best way to describe that and make it easy to understand, you have a handful of sand, soot, and a golf ball. You throw it, the golf ball is going to go the furthest because it has the most weight, the most mass. The sand weighs a little bit more than the soot, so it's going to go a little bit further, but not as far as the golf ball. The ash, the soot, which has almost no weight, no mass, therefore it can't have any energy put into it, falls very quickly. So that is the same principle that comes to gunshot residue and the powder tattooing that you're going to hear about, the stippling. The bullet travels the furthest. The gunshot residue, the powder tattooing, the stippling, creates a pattern. And from that pattern, the medical examiner's office can give an approximate distance. Why can they not give an exact one? Because
that's what I heard too. Pippi said, I slept through day 3 and the jurors did too. I heard the jurors fell asleep supposedly on day 3. Is that true? Is that why? Because I thought I heard like if jurors fall asleep, they're supposed to kick them out or something, or does it depend? I heard day 3. We're not even going to bother with day 3. That's the one advantage, I guess, that we have, or at least I did. Whoever didn't watch it, we can skip that whole day.
their firearm in this case was never recovered. Law enforcement made diligent efforts to go and dive multiple canals, search multiple areas, apartments, storage units. They were never able to find the firearm. So without the actual firearm that was used in this case, you can't accurately and reliably recreate a distance determination. Common sense, ladies and gentlemen. The things that you learned in elementary school science about conducting science experiments, they apply just as much now as they did then.
Man, for real?
You have to minimize the number of variables. That's the only way to get an accurate experiment. So if you don't know the type of gun, you can't minimize the variables to get that distance determination. So what you're also going to hear is while law enforcement is going through that Jeep, they find one spent shell casing for a .40 caliber firearm. Why is that important? That shows a gun was fired inside of that car. You're going to hear that at once the location of US 27 and Pembroke Road was discovered, law enforcement goes out to that area as well. And there they locate an additional 8 shell casings, .40 caliber. But the interesting thing about that is that doesn't happen on October 26th of 2018. This happens on November 21st, almost a month later. because that's when law enforcement gets the reliable cell phone tracking data that they use to determine that's the area that they need to be searching. Because at that location is where the cell phones of Christopher Thomas, Anthony Williams, and Jamel Demmons all line up at 4:02 a.m. At that point, afterwards, Mr. Demmons' phone tracks with the two victims until about 4:20. So 15 minutes before Cortland Henry takes the victims to the hospital. During those 30 minutes, you're going to hear as to where the path went. You're going to hear that law enforcement then searched that path again looking for trace evidence, such as firearms. They didn't find it. But you're also going to hear that Jamel Demmons, on the side of the road, made a FaceTime video chat.
Ooh.
At that point, he starts setting up the story. He FaceTimes his girlfriend at the time, Mariah Hamilton. Mariah Hamilton gets the phone call.
So I heard the girlfriend testifies too, right? I haven't watched that yet. Do they have the FaceTime video? Can they actually capture that or whatever? Or not? And Mo told me too that the prosecution is saying that demons shot them from the driver's side backseat, then got out and staged a drive-by. Then the driver drove them to the hospital and sold the drive-by story. Oh. Wow. And supposedly this guy, he claims to have bipolar. Melly. I don't know if he's self-diagnosed or he actually got diagnosed for bipolar. Oh, she hasn't testified yet, the ex-girlfriend? Okay, the mom did. Okay, my bad. And supposedly he has split personalities or I don't know, some other alter ego. And so Melly is the nice guy. He's the really nice guy that likes to take care of people and he's caring. And then there's Melvin, which is ironically my name. And Melvin is the bad guy that only comes out at night. Oh no. And when did the murder take place? At night. Boom. That's what they said. I don't know. Do bipolar people have split personalities? Like another person? Alter ego?
Call and screams, waking up her mother, Felicia Holmes. Felicia Holmes also sees the defendant, Jamel Demmons, on that FaceTime video call. And you're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that that's a data event on a cell phone. It's not a call for the purposes of the cell phone companies. It's using data, accessing the internet. Felicia Holmes and Mariah Hamilton see Jamel Demmons out.
That's the name of his album, right? Melly vs. Melvin. Melly versus Melvin. I'll pull up the picture.
Outside, and he is saying he's just been involved in a drive-by, and he thinks Anthony Williams and Chris Thomas are dead. So what you're also going to find out is while Mr. Demmons is out there on the side of the road, 4 in the morning, 4:42 specifically, he sends a drop pin, digital homing beacon, to his current location to one of his friends, Frederick Gibbons. Frederick Gibbons is also involved in the music industry, and he asked to be picked up. Frederick Gibbons, then, about 11 minutes later, is sent another drop pin where Mr. Demmons has moved a couple of meters. What you're going to find out as well, though, is these digital leashes, they have more than just phone calls, accessing the internet. They have health data. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to find and hear and be able to see the videos at the recording studio and see Mr. Demmons taking steps. Lo and behold, look at the health activity data, a pedometer, a step counter, that's what it is. 70 steps. Then you're going to see at 4:02 a.m. another 70 steps. Then at 4:42, the time frame in which he's sending that drop pin to 4:53 a.m., you're going to see 1,397 steps.
Uh-oh, we're going back to the steps. It reminds me of the Murdoch stuff. Ooh. Step gate. Step counter.
You will see this data showing the defendant had the phone and was using it. So, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I have to prove is the defendant committed the crime. And to do that, the state intends to show the evidence that the phone was there at the murder scene, and there were no other phones there. There is no one else out there at 4 in the morning. So to do that, the state has to convince each and every one of you that this was the phone of the defendant. You'll see in the messages and the contents of those messages him identifying himself. This is Melly, giving out that phone number to multiple people as being his phone number, 772-713-9807. And to further prove that, the state is going to show you the Instagram, the Facebook, the Snapchat. Because contrary to popular belief, Snapchat doesn't disappear. And detectives were able to write a search warrant and get contents of Snapchat.
And isn't that how the Murdoch stuff happened too? That that video was the Kennel video, a Snapchat. I think that I don't remember. I think that was the one, or was it the one by the tree? That was Snapchat. But yeah, these people think you can be on Snapchat and that you're all good and that you're safe and it's encrypted and all this whatever. And time and time again, we've seen these people bring it up in trial.
And there are things that are there and there are things that are not. And so, ladies and gentlemen, specifically, the Instagram, the defendant during the course of the months of October of 2018 through December of 2018 gives out his phone number 15 times. Says, this is me, and all during the same time frame of October 26th of 2018, he's giving out that phone number. So one of the other elements that you heard about initially was that this was committed by a criminal gang member in furtherance of a criminal gang. So what you will learn from the evidence, from the Instagram, from the private messages,
Kennel video was just a video. The tree video was Snapchat. Okay.
Was that YNW Melly is a member of the G Shine Blood set.
Ooh.
This is not a stage personality. This is not an actor that's playing a character.
Uh-oh.
This was his real life. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see that as soon as October 24th, 2 days before the homicide, YNW Melly is learning the oath of loyalty to the G Shine Blood set.
Huh?
You're going to see things in these messages that will be indicative of blood membership.
What? So what they call them? G-Shine crew? G-Shine gang members. G-Shine Bloods. I gotta be careful. I shouldn't talk too much shit though, because these people, they're local, right? I'm just saying. These nice group of individuals. G-Shine Blood. What's the G-Shine Oath? So what they talking about? Blood sacrifice and shit? G-Shine Blood Oath. An oath to the gang. G-Shine is a Bloods gang set that evolved from the United Blood Nation. What the fuck is that? In the late 1990s, G-Shine originated in the New York and New Jersey area and migrated along the East Coast. It now has sets and subgroups in multiple states, including New York, New Jersey, North Carolina, and South Carolina. Oh, okay. These groups of civil individuals willing to come out of their situations and overcome. All right, so I want to know what this oath thing is. Oh, wow, we're getting into some Masonic Illuminati sacrifice. Terry, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I reckon this case is going to be absolutely wild. Rebecca, thank you for the 5-month membership. Says, whoop, whoop, sled.
For example, anytime a word would normally be spelled with a C, as in Charlie, they don't use that. They replace it with the letter B.
Uh-oh.
So instead of saying, I'm at the crib, they say, I'm at the brib. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because C is associated with cribs.
Oh, God.
B is for bloods. So if you look through all the messages, you will notice time and time again, Jamel Demons is dropping C's and using B's. And you're going to see pictures, you're going to see videos of the defendant doing something called stacking.
Oh,
which
that's
is a
the
way
signs?
to show a gang affiliation
Oh.
and to broadcast it to the world. And this is not just in music videos. This
So they substitute all the letters of the words that they write. Not all the letters, but the letter C, they substitute it for B and everything that they write. The autocorrect on their phone has to be insane. Because eventually the system, the algorithm in text messaging, does it adapt to the style of writing like that? Yeah, it's gotta be kind of annoying, yo. Damn.
This is not just in lyrics. Because we're not going to get into that. That's artistic expression. That's
It's a
not
real
why
thing?
we are here today.
Wow.
We are here because the defendant murdered 2 individuals. So in summary, the last thing I want to tell you that the evidence will show is that in the Instagram, because the defendant had a moderate social media following at the time of these events, people are reaching out to him. Some fans, some friends, some associates. You'll see on October 26th, after about 8 a.m. in the morning, Eastern time, multiple messages are coming in. Messages are coming in from individuals checking to see if he's okay, if he's been injured in this.
So it's just the first letter of each word? But if they're true to the gang, shouldn't they change all the C's in the words? If there's a word that has 2 C's, what words has 2 C's? Like, I don't know, what 2 words that have 2 C's? I can't even think. That have 2 C's. If they're true to the gang, shouldn't they change all the C's to B's? Words that have C 2 times or 2 C's in them. Accomplishment. Abominishment. How do they do that? Well, this actually the words that have 2 C's are kind of like long words. Arcs. Let's see. Docs. No. C's. A custom. A bumstum. A bumscation. That's kind of tough. Shouldn't they change all of it?
Drive-by. If it's true that Anthony Williams, who's also sometimes referred to as Sack, and Chris Thomas, who is referred to as Juvie, are really dead. One individual, and specifically, sends out, and I want to quote the message exactly that you will hear, and says, right after this, "Yo, homie, you good? Let me know something." And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is where context matters. What does that mean? If you work at Google and you say, my whole floor is coding, that's a good thing. If you work at Broward General Hospital and you say, my whole floor is coding, that is a bad thing.
Yeah.
The context around the messages matters. So in the context of this message, this individual is reaching out, asking if Mr. Demons is good, after he's been tagged in multiple social media posts about this drive-through, this shooting.
Quotes.
And Mr. Demons responds very succinctly, "I did that." Shh. Ladies and gentlemen, at the
Did it really?
conclusion of the evidence, the state is confident that you will find the defendant guilty as charged of the first-degree murder of Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. Thank you.
How do you guys think she did, the prosecution? Did she did good? I guess she did all right. It's confusing though, right?
Counsel, thank you. Mr. Howard,
We have 5 minutes.
will you recess?
5 minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. Do not
All right, so we have the beautiful thing that we can kind of skip. Oh, I don't see his face. I heard the defense is kind of spicy. And they kind of like, him and this lady kind of looking at each other, smiling a lot and stuff. I wonder if it's just because they're getting paid, so they want to keep, you know, be on payroll and be happy and get paid good money. These are private attorneys, I'm assuming? I don't know. You got money, right? You got a lot of money. And I was asking Mo too, why wasn't he, because he's been in jail apparently all this time since, let's see, February 13, 2019, he's been in jail. And I was like, well, why didn't he bond out? But supposedly his bond was denied. So. Initiation, huh? Is that what it was? It's like the Illuminati stuff they talk about, like killing your close friend or family member or something like that. That'd be kind of ridiculous, though. Plan. Satan huddle. Remember that? Satan huddle. But he seems confident, smiling. Okay. All right, I guess we'll fast forward. We got a long way to go. We'll fast forward. Can't hear it. You talking? Is there an audio glitch? Oh man, we missed the opening part. I guess they had an audio issue. All right.
Prosecutors are given
Lil Boozy hooked them up with the attorneys? Ooh, okay.
great power, endless resources to perform their mission of pursuing justice. But that's not what occurred here. What they will bring you is a case that is riddled with reasonable doubt, that is founded on an incompetent and incomplete investigation, and the exercise of poor judgment at every turn. The state cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt the allegations that they have made. And there is a reason for that. You recall Ms. Bradley, some of you may recall, during jury selection, going to great lengths to let you know that she does not have to prove motive. And she's right about that. The law doesn't require her to prove motive. But you know what does require motive? A young man to wake up one day and decide that he's going to kill two of his best friends. Best friends that he grew up with, best friends that he hangs out with, best friends who he lives with, best friends whose careers he was trying to launch alongside his own. They have no reason for why he would do this, because there is no reason. And if there's no reason, it doesn't make sense. And if after 4 years of investigation, the state comes and says, hey, he killed two of his friends, his best friends, and you're wondering why, and their answer is, oh, I don't know.
Oh, shit.
That's the first indication that they're just guessing and don't know what they're talking about.
Okay. Want a little fire? Okay.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, by itself is reasonable doubt. Why he would commit such a heinous crime against his own two best friends for no reason. What happened here is that the lead detective, Detective Moretti, saw a video of Mr. Demons getting into a car 40 plus minutes before bodies were found in that car. And then he discovered that Mr. Demons was a rising star. And from that point on, he decided he's the only person that could have committed this crime. Because if you're involved.
So, Darren, thank you for the super chat. Says Mel, he has 2 guys he killed, well, allegedly killed, names tattooed on his face, supposedly. I heard that the tattoos, maybe we can get confirmation. I heard it's like on his neck or something, and that's why he's wearing that like neck turtleneck thing. What do they call it? Because they think that maybe it wouldn't look good in court for him to have it. I don't know. So he says tattooed on his face. I think he had the task before the murders. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna look into it. And then me in the chat says lawyers taking big money. Heard the victim's sister did too support the defendant on socials. I heard about that. I heard that the victim's sister supported Melly, but that the victim's father didn't. Oh, turtleneck, right? My bad, turtleneck. Whatever. I made up terms. I don't know.
In prosecuting a star, you become a star. This was his big break. And he had tunnel vision, and he zeroed in on this person, this young man, as the only possible perpetrator of that crime, to the exclusion of all other leads and evidence. There's a difference between cases that are investigated and cases that are fabricated. When a case is investigated, the state uses all its resources, its investigators, its experts, and all its energy to identify leads and run them to ground. When a case is fabricated, first a target is chosen, and then the state uses all its resources, its investigators, its experts, and its energy to run that target into the ground. That's what occurred here, and there's a reason why I say that.
Ooh.
There are a number of leads that you will discover.
That is a great question in the chat. That's why I love you guys. Dr. Pamela says, did he replace the letters in his friends' names with B's? And so the only person that would have a C would be Christopher. So yeah, did he do that? Probably not. Wouldn't that go against the rules of the verbiage or letterage or whatever they call it? Grammar? Gang grammar?
That were identified by the officers, but were either completely ignored or given short shrift. I'm going to let you know, run through a few of them by way of example. Start with the most obvious. Cortland Henry. Now, Ms. Bradley started her opening statement by describing some of the lies that he told, as though to impute them to Mr. Demons. Those were not Mr. Demons' lies, those were his lies. Cortland Henry shows up at Memorial Hospital, Miramar. You don't see him sitting there.
I thought the article said Miramar. It's a Memorial Regional Hospital, which that's in Hollywood. I don't know if they're confusing it or which hospital was it. I used to work at Memorial Regional. I know people that work at the other one, Miramar.
There, but where you will see him sitting is in the driver's seat.
It's got to be Miramar. I'm thinking that would be close to it in Miramar by 75, I guess, or that area. They got off 75.
Of a car with 2 dead bodies, car riddled with bullets.
Hey, Diggs.
When he shows up with a change of clothing, change of shirt, gunpowder residue on his hands, evidencing that he had discharged a firearm. And he lies. He lies about where the incident occurred. He lies about how it occurred. And he lies about not having a phone. I think it was Miss Bradley herself who said, everybody has a phone in his pocket, not Cortland Henry. There were 3 phones in that car. There were 3 people in that car. So they take him at his word, despite suspicious circumstances, and they let him go on his way. They soon discover that he's lying about the location of this incident, and they went back to him, and they label him a victim. And they said, we know you're scared. Tell us what happened. He lies to them again. They let him go. And they know where he went. They know the location that he went. They know the house that he went to right after. And any investigator worth his salt would have thought to maybe execute a search warrant on that location.
Did they not? Did they not check? They've had to. I would think they.
To see if you find any bloody clothes, any DNA, any blood, a weapon maybe. You guys are probably familiar with the series First 48. That's founded on the proposition that if you botch an investigation within the first 48 hours, you've pretty much botched it for good. It's 48 months plus later. They still haven't served a search warrant on that location.
Really?
Why? Moretti already had his man.
Sled. Oh no. Katrina.
What's the point of an investigation? To find out what happened.
They never did a search.
He's using all his resources to try and prove what he has already concluded did happen. So, after Cortland Henry, lead number 2, a gentleman named Montrell Roll, and his sister, Nia Hewitt. Who are they? Well, another police department came into possession of jail calls between those two that occurred within 3 days after the murders, and discussed what they described as intimate details of the murders. Intimate details means details that are not in the public domain. So 3 days after, these two people are discussing the details of a murder. They go out and interview Miss Hewitt. They don't interview Mr. Roll. And they ask her, well, how did you know?
Is it really? So Missy says, we got to look into this. The neck tats are the names of the victims' mothers, not the victims. That's suspicious. We're going to have to look into that. I'm sure as we go along, we're going to have to like investigate and pull up this information. Ali says, is this a live trial? No, we are catching up. So far, there's been 4 days of the trial. It happened Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. There's no trial today. There's no trial Monday. So within these couple of days, I want to catch us up. For the people that have watched it or the people that haven't watched it, catch us up. So on Tuesday, we can start fresh and watch with everybody that's watching, and we can, so this is kind of like a catch up thing of the couple of days that we missed. We aren't going to watch day 3. I heard day 3 was whack. We're going to watch day 1 today, which we're only 1 hour in, but we can skip. I think we can skip lunch. There's a couple of breaks we can skip. At some points, I'm going to play it a little bit faster. I just want to really hear the opening statements. We're going to do day 1. Day 2, we're just going to play some highlighted, not a lot, some portions that were highlighted. Mo sent me some timestamps because there's like surveillance footage and stuff like that. Let me see. Day 1. Okay, I'm going to talk to Mo about this later. This day 2, we're just going to do certain portions. If we have time today, we'll do it today. Oh, yeah, here it is. Hold we'll do some of day 2. Day 3, we're skipping. Day 4, I would like to do either. It's going to be hard to do tomorrow because I'm supposed to get the car tomorrow in the afternoon. I don't know what time that's going to happen. I don't want to have to get up because the thing is with these streams, you have to like dedicate hours. So for hours, I can't really leave the house. So it's supposed to get the car back tomorrow in the afternoon. So I don't know when's best to do day 4, like tomorrow, Sunday's Father's Day, or Monday. One of those days we're going to do day 4, so on Tuesday we can start fresh. So I'm a little excited for that. And her date 4 was fire. So
These intimate details. Oh, I heard it's something to the effect of I heard word on the street. Doesn't say when she heard it. Doesn't say who she heard it from. Case closed. They move on. That's lead number 2. That was ignored.
oh, the tattoos here. Okay.
Then there's Robert Colbert. Who is he?
No.
He's a
No, that is weird as shit. What? I don't know. What is that? Is that supposed to be? So let's look at the tattoos real quick. We gotta stop. We gotta stop for a second. This kind of stuff is gonna happen. Usually when the trials happen, all kinds of stuff happens and we have to stop. So these are the tattoos. I don't know why all this stuff keeps opening. Okay. Oh, this one. So you're right. Misi's right. You might be the trial plug, Misi, if you ride out with us. Oh shoot, here. Okay. So tattoo. Okay, the front of his neck contains 2 names tattooed on it. The names are Jana and Jamie. Meaning the name Jana is the name of his friend Anthony's mother, Jana Thompson. Anthony is one of the victims of the 2 murdered cases, which Melly is facing the trial for. This has been highly controversial, as if Melly was so close to his friend's family, then why would it do so? Why would it do such a thing? The other name belonged to his mother, Jamie Demons King, who he adores very much. Okay, so one's the victim's mother, and the other one is his own mother. Jamie Demons King. Okay. All right. Interesting. Was it before the tattoos were before or after the murders took place? It looks kind of old, right? Maybe it was before? Amazing. Thank you, Missy.
Woman that owns a social media account by the name of Backwards. This social media account, almost immediately, within days after these murders, posts this message. LOL. We killed 2 of your niggas. Oh, really? Took him 7 months.
Oh, so Missy says he got the victims' nicknames on his face. Okay. Oh, is that what it is? I can't even, it's not legible, but is that what it is up here? Maybe?
To go and talk to Mr. Colbert, the owner of this account, that posts what amounts to an unequivocal confession to involvement in that murder, in those murders. 7 months. Why? Moretti already had his guy. And when they go and talk to Mr. Colbert, what does he say? He said, oh, I created that account and I sold it for $20 to somebody else. Who'd you sell it to? Oh, I can't remember. Were you at the murder scene? No. Did you do it? No. Case closed. That's it.
Over his eyebrows.
No more investigation. It would occur to a reasonable person, let alone a seasoned investigator acting in good faith. Why would somebody buy an Instagram account when you can create one for free on your own? If not to hide your identity. And if somebody goes to the trouble of buying an Instagram account to hide their identity and then confesses to a murder that you're investigating, maybe you ought to go and figure out who that person is and talk to them. And maybe there is no such person. Maybe it was not sold. Why would somebody create an Instagram account and sell it for $20? And if he's in the business of doing that, that's of interest. And how would anybody know to go to him to buy an Instagram account? These are all unanswered questions. No investigation. Case closed. Let's move on. David Hedgepath. Who is he, you might wonder? He had a Twitter account called Crucial Almighty. He posts a confession to this murder. Something to the effect of, "We coming at that Jeep." Can't remember the quote. You're going to hear about it. And essentially it was a confession to involvement in the murders. It took them 1.5 years to go and talk to him. They knew about it 1.5 years earlier. It took them 1.5 years to go and talk to him. Why do you do that unless you've already concluded that you know who committed the crime, you've already determined who your defendant will be? And when they go to this young man and ask him, well, actually before, this is 1.5 years before, they said, "Oh, we've determined that he was just trying to start an internet beef to advance his career." Who told him that? Without talking to a soul. So it took them 1.5 years to go down there and track him down. And when they do go and track him down, they say, "Hey, did you commit the murder?" "No." "Were you in the area?" "No." "Where were you?" "Well, I could have been at work." "At work where?" "Any one of 3 places." "Okay, could you give me a work schedule?" As though that would prove anything. He says, "Well, I can get it now." "Oh, no, don't worry about it. Just email it to me." Really? And he doesn't even do that. There is no report that he even follows up and sends them an email of this mysterious work schedule proving that he wasn't at the location. They conclude, "Oh, he's not there. Wasn't him. Case closed." Is that how we do this now?
This is defense.
Doesn't even do that. There is no report that he even follows up and sends them an email of this mysterious work schedule proving that he wasn't at the location. They conclude, "Oh, he's not there. Wasn't him. Case closed." Is that how we do this now? That's not all. There are several other people who are potential suspects who were not tracked down. You are going to hear about them during the
Oh, shoot. So they're going to throw people under the bus? Oh, okay. Who they throwing under the bus?
course of this trial.
Tattoo video? Okay, let's see.
But beyond that,
Is there music on it?
3 years after arresting this young man and sticking him in a cell, the state looks at its case and says, oh man, this looks a little incompetent. Miramar police seems to have botched this investigation, and they call the Broward Sheriff's Office and ask them to come and look at the investigation upon which this entire prosecution rests. And he looks at it, and he says he instantly knew he had to start from scratch. I think his words were, it was the worst thing I had seen in my life. This is the Broward Sheriff's Office evaluating the work product of the Miramar Police Department. And we have problems with the Broward Sheriff's Office redo as well, but you're going to hear about that during the course of this trial. Ladies and gentlemen, the murder of anybody and the murder of these two young men was a tragedy. You're not here to solve a crime. That's their job, and they have watched it.
Music, amazing. Thank you.
Jurors often get confused as to their mission.
Ooh, Sandwich says the girlfriend's mom, she is threatening a blog to turn on them and air it all out. Threatening what blog and why? It's gonna get spicy. I think this trial. Listen, I almost wasn't gonna do this thing, but I seen some of the clips because I watched some people on Instagram like DJ Academics and Dom is Live. Nothing true crime related, but I watch these guys sometimes and I see the clips kind of blowing up and I seen a little bit of the highlights and I'm like, this looks kind of interesting. And then people keep asking me and DMing me like, yo, you gotta cover it. The other trial too that people are telling me about, it hasn't happened yet, but they're having hearings. Corey Richins. People keep telling me, Mel, you gotta cover it, blah, blah, blah. I'm still not so sure what's so interesting. So this is the Utah mom that's accused of murdering her husband with fentanyl laced. With a fentanyl laced what? Fentanyl laced something. Fentanyl laced Moscow Mule. The fuck is that? Before writing a book about grief. I thought it was like a kid's book too. I don't know. So one of these days when I have time, I don't want to jump the gun, but there's a lot of interesting things going on. So we're going to start jumping on here and there. This Goldberger stuff, I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but I'm not going to wait. Whatever happens, happens. You know?
You can't do a job unless you know what that job is. Every civil society needs to have a prosecutorial arm prosecuting crimes.
That's a drink? Oh.
That's a noble pursuit. There's nothing wrong with that. And every country does it. In some countries, the prosecutor decides who the person is. They send a cop to go arrest him. They throw him in jail. That's the end of it. We don't do that in this country. What we do is we ask, are you sure about what you're talking about? That's the purpose of this proceeding. You're not here to judge Mr. Demons. You're here to judge the sufficiency of the state's case. That is your assignment. You're not here for a show.
I'm here
to
for
see
show.
who you like more. There are two grades: beyond a reasonable doubt and not guilty. A plus, everything else is a F. There's no A's, there's no A minuses.
Same.
Damn. Like life insurance?
You are akin to an FDA lab. Imagine a company saying, we're going to put on the market fat-free milk. And the lab, their mission is to determine whether or not there is fat in the milk. And what do they look for?
Melly.
They don't look for milk. They look for fat. The state is telling you they have a state that is free of reasonable doubt. You're not here looking for proof. You're here looking for doubt. And if you're off looking for the wrong thing, you're going to miss what you are here to look for. They have no motive. Their entire case is hinged upon the technology of a phone. They claim to have been in Mr. DeMond's possession. What they fail to tell you is that they have come across evidence that Mr. DeMond got out of that car before this incident. They ignore that because it's not consistent with their theory.
Okay, so it's like what Mo said. They're claiming that Melly got out of the car before the shooting.
What they fail to tell you is that phone comes back to the name of somebody other than Jamal DeMond. What they forgot to tell you is that their own witness will tell you that, yes, that phone and Mr. Williams' phone and a number of other phones were all in the same account, and all of the people in the house used to use them interchangeably.
Oh. Uh-oh.
But they're assigning it to him.
It's a little confusing, though. So he's saying all these people, okay, I don't know if they all have it. I know at least the Melly and one of the deceased have. Is he saying they all share a family plan? Let me hear that again real quick.
People in the house used to, and a number tell you that, yes, that phone and Mr. Williams' phone and a number of other phones were
other phones too. Why would they use the phones interchangeably? I think that's confusing. You don't even know who the hell you're talking to.
We're all in the same account.
Or is that the point? Is that criminal logic?
And all of the people in the house used to use them interchangeably. But they're assigning it to him. Because that is consistent with their theory.
I heard Delphi trial, yeah. We'll see when we get there. Could be when we cover. I heard it's a month long. It's not even that long. I thought it'd be longer. I think that's what they said.
They don't follow leads. They have no motive. Investigation was botched. The investigation, as a matter of fact, is still going on as we speak, up to a couple months ago. Yet they're here telling you they have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And what you're still investigating for.
It's bullshit.
The job of the state is to prove it beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And if you're a reasonable person and you have doubt, that's reasonable doubt. There's a song called Things That Make You Go, If you say that's reasonable doubt.
I don't think reasonable doubt is any kind of doubt, though. It has to be reasonable, right? Like, doubt is just not any kind of doubt. You create any kind of, like, I don't know that it actually works like that. It's been like a big topic sometimes when we cover these trials. Reasonable doubt. But honestly, with the Alec Murdaugh stuff, I actually thought there was enough for reasonable doubt. I did. I still think he has something to do with it, even though it was circumstantial stuff, but
You do not. Ms. Bradley is charming. She's good at her job in some respects.
uh-oh.
But this is not a popularity contest. We don't give, hey, good effort. We don't give participation awards. This man's life is hanging in the balance. And if there is a scintilla of reasonable doubt, you must have the courage to speak up and say so. You're not here to judge him. You're here to judge the sufficiency of their case. They have a big task in front of them. We should probably get to it.
Mr. Howard, thank you.
Okay.
Counsel, you ready to proceed? You want to call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Jessica Amenger.
What you do is remain standing for a bit. You put your things down. All right, you just raise your right hand as best you can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Full legal name is Jessica iCKEdMeL. Can you spell it as well?
Yes, first and last, please.
First is going to be Jessica. Last name Amengor.
Please have a seat. Mr. Member, that microphone doesn't move back or forward. It will only adjust up or down.
Okay.
All right? Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you're currently employed?
Good morning. My name is Officer Jessica Amengor. I work for Miramar PD in Broward County, state of Florida.
Okay. And how long have you been employed by the Miramar Police Department?
A total of 11 years. 5 years I was a community service aide, which is a non-sole position, and then 6 years now as a sworn law enforcement officer.
And what were some of your duties as a service aide, a non-sworn officer?
So primarily respond to basic criminal investigations as well as traffic crashes, missing persons reports, lost property reports, basic thefts, and then for traffic crashes, with injuries, without injuries, and then actually I was able to get my traffic homicide certification. So any traffic crashes that responded into serious bodily injury or death, I was fine with as well.
And can you tell us about your training experience within the 6 years that you've been a sworn officer?
So 6 years, basic law enforcement, police academy, several classes including field training officer or training officers as they get hired, continuing my traffic homicide investigation courses, fraud investigation, injury and death investigation, case preparation, a number of certifications that I have for professional development classes, as well as my 4-year bachelor's degree in criminal justice from FIU.
Okay. And back on October 26th of 2018, you were employed as a police officer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of your duties as a police officer, do you often conduct detail or work details?
Yes. So as a police officer, I'm allowed to work off-duty security details at various locations in the city. So if a business is having an increase in burglaries, for example, they'll pay for an officer to sit in the parking lot to prevent and deter crime. At the hospital, we're preventing services in the lobbies. Newborn abductions, for example, anything that would occur at these kind of soft targets.
Skip the qualifications.
Stand by to prevent things happening, and then obviously anything was transpired, call for additional resources to assist me.
And so back on October 26th of 2018, where were you working in detail?
Memorial Hospital, Miramar.
And where's that hospital located?
The emergency room is 1901 Southwest 162nd Ave.
Okay, and what city and county is that in?
City of Miramar, County of Broward.
And are you generally familiar with the area of the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you kind of give us a brief geography of the area, the main intersections and the highways?
So the hospital sits on the corner of 162nd Avenue and Pembroke Road on the southeast corner. We border with Pines on the north side. So and the ER faces Pembroke Road.
All right, and where are you sitting or where are you working when you're working your detail inside the emergency room?
So as soon as you pull into the emergency room, I'm right there at the security desk. There's 2 entrances or 2 doors, but it goes to the same vestibule. There's one side for the pediatrics and one side for the adults. So as soon as you walk into the door, I'm sitting right in the middle at the security desk.
Okay. And so on October 26th of 2018, while you were working your shift, do you recall a time where a black male approached you?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury his general demeanor?
So I was sitting at the ER desk, and he comes running inside to my left, so the pediatric entrance, and he's very excited, like heightened state of alert, something traumatic or something just happened. And he's like, hey, they just shot my car, they just shot my friends, like I need help, can you come help me? And that was the initial interaction.
And based on his statement, how do you proceed?
So as soon as
I put it back to normal. I just sped it up for the qualification stuff, and then it's normal now.
walk out the ER and I see the vehicle had multiple bullet holes on the side, I immediately radio in for additional resources because that's beyond my scope of I can handle by myself. And then asking, hey, I need additional officers, as soon as possible, urgently to respond to the hospital. A vehicle that's been involved in the shooting, we can see the multiple bullet holes. And then looking inside the vehicle, I can see two unresponsive males. So I advise have possible.
You're stuck fast, right? It's normal.
Well.
Okay, so let's break that down. You're sitting at the security desk inside the ER. This male approaches you, and based on that contact, you exit the ER.
Yes.
Correct? Where was that vehicle that you just described located?
So imagine I'm sitting at the desk as this, and there's door here. So he comes to this door on the left. As soon as I walk out that same door he came through, the vehicle's parked in the drive-through lane, and I can see the right side of the vehicle.
Okay, so it was immediately apparent upon you exiting the ER?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what type of vehicle was this?
It was a blue Jeep SUV.
Okay. And you said that the vehicle was riddled with bullets, if that was your statement.
We had several bullet holes on the right side.
Okay, on the right side of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned that there were some individuals inside. How many people occupied the vehicle at the time when you saw it?
One gentleman in the front passenger seat and one in the rear right passenger seat.
And when you approached the vehicle, was it apparent their condition?
Yes, they weren't moving.
Okay. How so were you able to, I guess, determine whether or not they were injured?
So immediately looking on the vehicle and, just the fact that there was multiple bullet holes inside, they weren't moving. Somebody was able for me to help them. They'd be in obvious pain, screaming, moaning, and there's nothing.
Did you attempt to render aid?
Yes. So I immediately, after waiting in for assistance and letting the security guard at the desk, hey, I need doctors and nurses and everything to come out to help me. Put on gloves and reached inside the front passenger seat and checked the pulse of the gentleman on the right wrist. I didn't find anything.
Okay. Upon you doing that, you mentioned that you already called. Did you call for assistance for law enforcement from Miramar Police Department?
Yes, immediately.
And then, besides your attempt to render aid, did medical personnel eventually come out and attempt to assist the victims?
Yes, definitely.
Were you present for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you present when they took the victims inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately? And where was the black male subject that initially approached you at this point?
So right as soon as you walked it, we parked the vehicle, there's like a decent sized sidewalk area for people to, pick which either door they want to go in. There's also a park bench. So while talking to him and trying to radio in and get information where this could have occurred, suspect information, where I need, other additional resources to go, he's standing next to me in that area, and then at one point I just have him sit down because he's just so, all over the place.
Did he ultimately identify himself to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name that he provided?
I believe it's Cortland Henry.
Okay. And did he tell you where the
So that's the driver.
circumstances
So yeah,
surrounding
I guess Melly wasn't there.
how he ended up at the hospital?
So he advised he just left the studio with his friends in Fort Lauderdale, and that he wasn't familiar with the area, but he had just gotten off a highway because they're staying at a home somewhere near the hospital. After he got off the highway, he was stopped at a light, and then the car, he couldn't tell me exactly what kind of car it was, just started shooting at his vehicle. So he multiple times reenacting the story, he's going like this, because he's saying that he had to duck down in the driver's seat as he was driving to avoid being hit.
And again, along those lines, you said that it was immediately apparent as to the other victims inside the vehicle. Were you able to observe any injuries to Cortland Henry?
No.
Were you able to observe any blood?
No. I actually told him several times that he was lucky because for that many bullet holes, I was surprised he didn't get hit.
And you had worked a detail at Miramar Hospital prior to October 26, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you generally familiar with their video surveillance system?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance prior to today to review the video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing opposing counsel what's been pre-marked as States 8 for identification. Officer, do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on the top there.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred back on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Any alterations or deletions based on your memory?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence what was pre-marked as States A as States 1.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. It'll be admitted. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, this video has been accepted into evidence. Witnesses may testify about or refer to this or any other item of evidence during the remainder of the trial. This and all other items of evidence that are received as evidence will be available to you for your examination during your deliberations at the end of the trial.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may publish. Need the lights dim, Councilman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Can you see? Can you tilt the screen? Yes, sir. Hold on one minute.
And officer, before I play the video, I see that there are two angles present. The Pembroke West entrance, can you tell the jury, orient us to where that view would be?
So yes, so the hospital sits on the southeast corner of Pembroke Road and 162nd Avenue. So the hospital has multiple entrances to get to the property. There's an ER building on the north side and a medical office building on the south side. So this entrance that you're seeing now is actually facing Pembroke Road. You would go south to go to the ER from Pembroke.
I'm publishing now, Pembroke West entrance.
She could. Misi said those Florida hospital security cops don't play. She could throw Melly out of the window. Melly.
And officer, so we don't have to go through the entire video. Did you recognize the vehicle that just entered the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the vehicle that you observed, that you testified to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to publish the outside ER entrance.
Most of his weight is in his grill and his hair. Harry Potter beard stuff.
What are we seeing on the screen right now?
So this is the sidewalk portion I was telling you about. Immediately on the bottom left corner of the screen, where you see those white dashes, that's where the cars drive through. Those dashes are for when to see pedestrians just walking across into the ER. Then there's a sidewalk portion, and these are the two doors of the ER. The left door on the left side of the video is the ER the adult entrance, and the right is the pediatric entrance, but it's one big area. And then in the middle is the park bench. Right behind that glass is a security desk. I'm sitting in the middle of both of those doors.
And that subject that we see in the video,
That's the gentleman that the clerk is making.
continuing to publish.
Oh.
I'm going to pause the video at 4:36 and 11 seconds. We see a second individual in the video frame. Can you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's me.
Publishing, continue.
That's not Melly though. Almost look like Melly to me, but I guess the other. You see the driver. What does he look like? I guess he has braids too. So, and maybe he had his braids down. I don't know. Okay.
We see a second individual in the video frame. Can you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's me.
Publishing, continue.
Yeah, I heard about that 19-year-old girl. I've been thinking about that too, but now I'm thinking on everything. I heard that story is crazy too. Playing dice? I guess he's telling the story about what happened.
I'm gonna pause the video at 4:36:51. Is this the where you indicated to us earlier that you had him sit down, Cortland Henry?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we can't see the Jeep in the video frame. Is that correct?
Yes.
The Jeep would be located at the bottom left, my left of the
Yes.
screen.
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that you approached and you were talking into something. What was that?
That's my patrol radio.
Okay. Was that your how you were able to request assistance?
Yes, ma'am.
continuing to publish.
And that's me telling security guard I need medical staff. Putting on gloves to check for pulse.
And I see you're continuing to talk to that subject that you identified as Cortland Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
Hola. Anna, what's up? Okay, that's the driver.
And I see at this point, it looks like some other officers are responding.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those officers at the Miramar Police Department as well?
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be Officer Natasha Torres. And that's going to be Officer Herschen.
Okay, Mo said the screen is blurred because they're taking bodies in. Okay, I thought they were blurring it because there's other people walking by. Okay, okay. I'm surprised they blur because some of these trials they don't even blur their shit up. Mama 2 month star said, what's the technical guy paid off? Oh, there it is. Okay. Wow. And didn't even cover the body. Don't look like that one was covered with a. I know, right? Sam. Is there someone in the courtroom kind of crying?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Can we- Sure.
Yeah, what is that? Oh, is that a sidebar?
Trying to stop.
Now, officer, I noticed that you continue to speak with Portland Henry throughout the duration of the video. Why is it important that you were speaking with him?
So, trying to establish where this actually occurred. I'm asking him, he told me the story, so he's not familiar with the area. So, every time you see him going like this, he's finishing the story, but every time I'm asking him, trying to ask him if he recognizes certain landmarks. And obviously, we've been working for the city for a while, so I'm very familiar with geography. There's several highways that go through the city.
Oh,
so
that's the
I'm
sidebar
asking
nose?
him specifically, giving, asking him about these landmarks, so he can narrow down which highway he actually came off of.
And was that information ultimately information that was conveyed to you, conveyed to the other Miramar police officers?
Yes. So that particular night, the way our schedule works, it's an overlap of both of our overnight shifts. So at that point, you have about approximately anywhere from 15 to 20 officers working the road. So because of that nature of the call, the entire city will be responding to various job duties. So several will come to the actual hospital to work that crime scene and following that, and as well as the primary officer to take over the investigation and detectives. And you have everybody else canvassing for evidence. So we have east to west, State Road 7, University, there's an exit from the Turnpike. There's an exit for the Turnpike on Red Road, and then I-75 and US 27. So everybody that wouldn't be at the hospital will be canvassing those intersections of major highways to see if they would find shell casings that would be evidentiary of where this occurred.
Okay. And did you remain on scene even after the video ended, the duration of the video, where other police officers arrived?
Yes. So my detail work is until 6 a.m. and approximately happened at 4 and change. So I'll be there until 6.
Were you charged with any other investigative duties?
No.
So this ends your involvement in the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, no further questions at this time.
Any cross?
Yes. May I?
You may.
Officer, when this person you've identified as Mr. Henry came in, did you notice that he was wearing a black hoodie?
Yes, sir.
And I assume that whatever he said would be documented in your report. Is that correct?
What it said initially, yes.
And the questions that you asked him, you would document his responses if he said anything, correct?
Whatever he responded to, I would put out evidentiary wise, I put it on the radio, but I did not write a complete report of our entire dialogue, no.
You did not.
Our entire dialogue, no.
Nah. You guys are telling me murder on my mind. You gotta play murder on my mind, Mel. There's a Genius video where he talks about it, but like to actually play the song, they will take the stream down. They'll either claim it or block the stream. So I can't play that. I mean, I might be able to play him explaining it, but I don't think I'll. I don't think I'll. Definitely can't play the music for sure.
You did not document the location or streets, signs in your report?
I didn't know exactly where this took place, so whatever I could put on the radio for the officers to canvas, I did.
Approximately what time was Mr. Henry taken to a patient room?
I don't know.
Were you aware he was taken to a patient room?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what officers or what doctors saw him?
No, sir.
Were you present when Mr. Henry left the hospital?
No, sir.
Are you aware that he left the hospital?
Eventually, I assume he had to leave the hospital, but I don't know exactly what time he left the hospital.
When this vehicle first arrived, it was nighttime, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time did you get off?
6 a.m.
Was it still dark outside?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anybody or any persons arriving other than police officers?
It's a hospital. They remember them shutting down the ER because of the situation. So anybody would be routed through the main hospital entrance to in and out.
Burger wrap.
But in terms of law enforcement staff, you have other officers, detectives, crime scene techs.
I'm primarily asking you, by the time you got off at 6 a.m., did you see any civilians, not police officers, any civilians arrive at the hospital?
I don't recall. If they did, they could have been rerouted to the front.
Okay, but to your knowledge, there were no civilians that came where you were, correct?
Inside the crime scene?
No, inside the hospital, where we saw Mr. Henry walking towards your desk, or words to that effect.
So like I explained, the hospital entrance, the ER was shut down because of the nature of the crime scene. So it's still a hospital. So anybody Googles it, it's open. So any civilians could have walked up to the ER and were rerouted to the front, but I wasn't in charge of the crime scene. I have no idea if anybody passed the threshold of the crime scene taken to that particular
The
area.
crime scene was the Jeep?
The drive-through, so including the Jeep.
Was the crime scene also inside the hospital where Mr. Portland Henry was?
Yeah, the whole ER was shut down.
Okay, so in other words, no one was allowed in that area that we saw.
Unless they were needing emergency care, that would go to another room, but the ER was shut down.
So I'm real clear. Do you know the names of all, did you document the names of all the officers and detectives that responded?
No, I didn't.
It's bad.
So we're perfectly clear. Could you stand up? You didn't see this young man getting out of the Jeep at any time, correct?
No, sir.
Oh shit!
Have one moment.
Yes, sir.
Sit down. I got murder on my mind. I think about it all the time.
I found my first gun when I was 9 years old, bro. Ever since then, like growing up, I was so addicted to them bitches. I loved them bitches. If you up that bitch at a nigga and bust his ass, that's his soul in that. Like, it's death in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? All I gotta do is up this motherfucker in your ass. Just you disappear, bitch. Real shit, bro. I like how them bitches look. For real, I'm in love with them bitches. Just like, wake up in the morning, I got murder on my mind. And the bitch is like, get up, time to get up. Like, yeah, fuck that song anyway, that shit ass. I slid it for my cousin, and he was like, hell yeah, that boy said he got murder on his mind, nigga. I'm thinking he just dick riding, so I'm like, man, nigga, just shut the fuck up. I got cool with one nigga named Antonio Bland. Like, he used to say he only listened to Kodak and Scotty Kane. I ain't writing nothing like them, so I'm like, yeah, he probably ain't gonna fuck with my shit. But
All right, I'm just gonna skip to the end. Let me see. Hold on a second.
murder the vagina and I murder the bee. I am not no human murderer. I might just kill the boy. Don't want to kill the boy. Bacon must say he won't beef. We gonna grill the boy. I'm bleeding so red I might dip his ass in it and spill the boy. Murder on my mind. Whoa, whoa, I got murder on my mind. I got murder on my mind. I got murder on my mind. Imagine a buck of blood, and I'm a
Damn.
big ass beast, and I pick him up, dip him in that bit, and spit a boy. That's basically what I was saying. I was high as fuck when I thought about that shit. I'm not on probation or nothing, but I can't post what's really going on, like really going on in the streets. I can't. Ain't going live like I want to go on live. These motherfuckers be screen recording me.
Okay. That was a little snippet. Bet you can look up the song yourself and check it out. I got murder on my mind. I was just playing a different video. I don't want to play that stuff and get the thing shut down. Yame.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you.
Counsel, is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly.
The voice of an angel.
Officer, when you're speaking into your radio or speaking to dispatch, is that logged in any manner?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that called?
That's the central dispatch radio traffic. It's public record, so anybody can request it, but it's documented.
So everything you were saying or everything you communicated from what Mr. Henry told you would be documented in your dispatch log?
Yes, ma'am.
The crime scene log that counsel just referred to as, were you charged? Was that one of your tasks that you were assigned?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you weren't assigned any duties, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your job began and ended with your detail and assisting the gentleman when he came in, Mr. Cortland Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Counsel, thank you. Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, you may step down. Thank you. Want to call your next witness?
Sure. State was called John Ketchen.
Murder on my mind all the time. All right, so we got a cop now.
When you get there, just remain standing. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Better.
Please state your full name for the record.
Full name is John Hedgen,
Please spell your first and last name.
John, and last name is Hettchen. Yep.
Have a seat. That microphone in front of you will not move back or forth. The forth, it just goes up or down, just up or down.
Yes, sir.
You all set?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Ketchen. How are you today?
Good morning, Harry.
Very well, thank you for asking. Where do you work?
Currently employed with Boca Raton Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Boca Raton Police Department?
Going off.
What hats have you
Misi said his hairdresser also needs to get arrested for murder.
worn at Boca?
When I first started, I was assigned to road patrol, and now I'm assigned to their tactical team.
Prior to joining the Boca Raton Police Department, have you had any other law enforcement experience?
Yes, with Miramar Police Department.
How long were you with the Miramar Police Department?
A little over 2 years.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the type of training and education you had before becoming a police officer with Miramar?
Yes, I went through the academy. Did 6 months in the academy. Once I got out of the academy, did 3 to 4 months on FTO with Miramar Police Department, and then throughout my time with them, we had in-service training, which is additional training, on top of all that.
Any particular reason for switching to the Boca Raton Police Department?
Just personal reasons.
Back on October 26th of 2018, were you employed by the Miramar Police Department?
Yes.
What was your job description?
Road patrol.
Do you remember what shift you were working?
Yes, night shift.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the alpha or night shift?
Night shift, called midnights. I worked from 9 p.m. to 7 in the morning.
On October 26th of 2018, did you have an occasion to respond to Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
That was my assigned zone for the night. So I responded to that.
If you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen what you mean by assigned zone.
Each officer is assigned a zone for a specific area in the city. And Memorial Regional, or Miramar Memorial, happened to be my zone.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at the hospital?
Around 4:30 in the morning.
When you arrived, what did you see?
When I got there, I saw an SUV in the Sallyport area of the entrance of the hospital, the emergency bay. The doors were open to the vehicle. So I got out of the vehicle. I immediately saw hospital staff running back and forth to the vehicle. So I went over to assist them. When I got to the vehicle, I saw two victims, one in the right passenger seat, one in the back right passenger seat, appeared to be suffering from gunshot wounds. So what I did is assist hospital staff with quickly getting them to the stretcher and into the hospital to receive medical treatment.
After you did that, what was your job assignment there at the hospital?
After that, I stayed by the vehicle. At that point, we had a crime scene. So I started a crime scene log and stayed by the vehicle to make sure no one tampered with anything or anything of that nature.
When you said you started a crime scene log, you explained to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is and how it works.
Crime scene log, basically, for this particular incident, one of the officers that arrives on scene, preferably one of the first officers that arrives on scene, starts a log. The log basically starts logging people in and out that who enter the crime scene. The crime scene being will set up crime scene tape.
I've never heard of Boca being like a gang place. Yeah, Boca typically is like a nice area. I don't know if I've been there. I might actually. It's a really nice area from what I hear. I know somebody that lives out there. I don't know if I've been there or not. If I have, it's just been in passing. I've never actually gone to chill out there or anything like that.
Anyone who enters the tape will get logged.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of that crime scene log with you?
Yes, I do.
Could you be so kind as to name the individuals that are documented on your crime scene log?
Yes. First officer would be Officer Amengor.
When you do the documentation, do you put the times of which they enter and leave?
Yes.
Do you put a reason as to why they are on the crime scene?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. As to Officer Amengor, what time did she arrive?
I believe she was already on scene. She was the detail officer, so on the actual crime scene log, I just have her listed as the detail officer.
Okay. And the next officer that is documented?
Officer Torres.
After that?
Myself.
After that?
Officer Cox.
After that?
Officer Luna.
And in terms of the time frame that we're at now,
Yeah, Missy says Boca's gated as hell. Yeah, it's a really nice area from what I heard.
So before 5 a.m.?
Yes.
So after Officer Luna, who's next?
Officer Malad.
Who else?
Officer Valdez.
Then the next person on the list, who is that?
Holly Henderson, who is a security officer.
Do you document that purpose there?
Yes.
With regards to the time out, for Officer Amengor, do you document on there what time she left at?
I believe she stayed past the time I was there. I was relieved by another officer on scene who took over the crime scene log.
And do you recall about what time you turned over the crime scene log?
All the
I believe it was around 6:30.
Can you tell based on the handwriting on the log as to which entries are yours and which are from someone else?
Yes.
So continuing on to the next officer or employee of the Miramar Police
Trying to like
Department
be
that you
bigger on the screen.
documented
This guy.
log, who is that?
Sergeant Stepp.
And
can't
what
keep that
purpose
position
is Sergeant Stepp in there for?
I believe he's one of the sergeants working at the time, and he was just part of the investigation.
Okay. And the next individual that you documented?
Sergeant Bermudez,
After that,
Sergeant Worth,
then who?
Officer Barrera,
After that, the next two detectives who you document.
Detective Bertrand, and Detective Moretti.
And as to those two detectives, what are the times of arrival for Bertrand?
Time in is 5:53, and Detective Moretti was at 6:02.
After that, there's another officer that's listed. Who comes next?
Officer Campbell.
After Officer Campbell, is that still all in your handwriting or is that going to someone else?
I believe this goes to someone else.
Okay. So you stop at Detective Moretti at 6:02 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of the crime scene, you said it was the area around the Jeep. Do you document each and every individual who's coming into the hospital?
No, I do not.
What types of things do you do to ensure scene security?
Crime scene tape, making sure people don't cross the crime scene tape, and then in and out of the hospital.
Did any civilians try and cross the crime scene tape while you were there on the outside?
There may be one or two that came up that we told that they can't come through.
And when I say civilians, are you including in that definition medical personnel and hospital staff? Any statements or recollection that you have of any interaction with Portland Henry, the driver of that vehicle?
I do not believe I had any conversation with him.
No further questions, Alex?
Representative Cross, this witness?
One question, can I do it from here?
Yes, sir.
When you left at 6:45, roughly, it was still dark outside, wasn't it?
I don't recall.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Judge?
Agreed.
Okay, so now he's done. Let's see who's next. Next. I got murder on my mind all the effing time. I love murder. It's on my mind. Lost him in the... What's going on with this shit? What's going on? All right, 2 hours and 5 minutes. Let's see. What's going on? I think it's lunchtime, right? What the hell? So weird that it's not loading. Okay, here's the next witness. It took a little break. I love murder. I dream about it. I fantasize about it.
Counsel, State Attorney, as well as ladies and gentlemen, jury, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, in your absence, I had Gary leave two transcripts on your chairs. We're going to get to those in a few moments. When it's appropriate, I'll ask you to open those up, and I'll have an instruction to read before we do that. But at this time, I'm going to ask the state to call its next witness.
Hector Bertrand, Your Honor.
Mr. Bertrand, please. Good morning. You are Hector Bertrand?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Come on up here, please.
Burgers. I actually like burgers. I make some really good burgers. Gangster burgers, man.
When you get to that witness stand, just remain standing, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth,
Who's this?
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So state your full legal name for the record.
Hector Bertrand,
Spell
Jr.,
your first and last name for the court report.
Hector, E as in boy, Ertrand.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Bertrand, that microphone in front of you only adjusts up or down, not back and forth, all right? See a little too high? All set, ready to go? Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Retired detective, homicide detective, Hector Bertrand, here in our police department.
Congratulations on your retirement. How long have you been retired?
About 2.5 years.
Prior to that, how long did you work for the Miramar Police Department?
28 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different hats you wore while employed for the Miramar Police Department?
Initially, after graduating the academy, I did a couple years in road patrol. Then there was a position open in Detective Bureau as like a training position that was going to be for 6 months and then go back to road. I never left the Detective Bureau. I did a couple years in juvenile and sex crimes. I did 10 years in undercover narcotics. And then the last 15 years was in homicide.
During the course of your time in the homicide unit, how many cases were you involved in the investigation of?
A lot.
Is there
I couldn't give you a number. A lot.
more than 100?
Yes.
With regards to the homicide unit back in October 26th of 2018, were you employed with the Miramar Police Department then?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen a little bit about the training and education classes you take while you're preparing yourself as a homicide detective.
I've taken a lot of classes. I couldn't. It's
Of 2018.
instruction and things like that.
So drawing your attention to October 26th of 2018, did you have an occasion to become involved in a Miramar police case investigation documented under Miramar case number 18-10-06269?
I did.
What was your role?
Initially, I was called out as the primary detective, but we kind of had an agreement within our unit because I was only 2 years away from retiring, that any cases that would get assigned to me, that one of the other detectives would take over it and that I would assist to avoid having to come back. Well, it didn't work out.
So you still come back and testify in all your old cases?
Yes.
Okay. So, Detective, do you live locally still?
No.
I'm not going to ask you. So, going forward, do you remember about what time you got called out?
5 o'clock in the morning.
What types of procedures are in place? How do you get called out?
Typically, it's I would either get a call from the sergeant or I get a call from our dispatcher at the PD. In this case, I got a call from Sergeant Shaw.
Okay. Once you get that phone call, how long do you have before you must respond to the scene?
There's no real set time. It's just, from wherever you're at, you try to, put some clothes on or shower, so, and then prepare to go. So I think it took me like about 45 minutes to get to the scene.
Okay. When you arrived on the scene, who else was there?
Well, prior to going out to the scene, I actually called Detective Moretti, advised him that I had got called out, and so at that point, so that he could take the lead in the investigation. So when I got there, I got to the hospital. It was the first place I got there. There were some officers there at the scene, at the hospital. I spoke to them, got briefed. Detective Moretti showed up shortly thereafter.
Okay. With regards to individuals that you made contact with that were not law enforcement, do you remember speaking with an individual named Cortland Henry?
I did.
That statement of Mr. Henry, how many times did you speak with him?
I spoke to him twice. Both times were recorded. At some point towards the end of the first one, don't know if I got called out to something else or I just briefly walked away, turned off the recorder. Then I came back, asked a few more questions just to verify location, and wish I recorded that portion, but it was very short, maybe a couple minutes.
So I wanted to go back to set up the geography. You said you worked in Miramar for 28 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And during that time, did you become familiar with the areas of Miramar Parkway, I-75, US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the northern boundary between the city of Miramar, your jurisdiction, and Pembroke Pines to the north?
Typically, it's Pembroke Road, what divides Miramar and Pembroke and Pines, Pembroke Pines Police Department, Pembroke Pines. But there are sections within the city that kind of encroaches like a block or two into Pembroke Road. That's on like the east side of the city by the turnpike. But other than that, it's County line to the south and Pembroke Road to the north. And then from 441 east all the way out to US 27th, it actually extends out to a little bit further west on US 27, but there's nothing there, so it's US 27.
Okay, so to make sure we're clear on that, if someone is headed westbound on Pembroke Road, on the north side of Pembroke Road, what jurisdiction are they in? Westbound.
Westbound on Pembroke Road?
Yes.
It depends also, again, depending on what side of Pembroke Road. If you're driving westbound, that could be considered Pines.
So then on the south side, the eastbound lanes, what are those typically?
Typically, it's considered Miramar.
Okay, going all the way out to US 27, is that Pembroke Road border consistent from I-75 west to US 27?
Yes.
So I want to start and show you a couple of maps. I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to Defense Counsel marked as States B. Do you recognize that map?
Yes.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict what you showed the jury?
Can't show the jury.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict the Miramar geography from I-75 through 172nd from Miramar Parkway north to Pembroke Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request move States B in as States 2 and published.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's submitted.
Okay.
You may publish.
All aboard. It's alright. It's alright. Getting all these cops and shit. I want the controversial people.
Thank you.
Witnesses.
States
Okay.
B, Mark States B.
So Detective Bertrand, this is a small version. I have a bigger version that's identical to make it easier for the jurors to see.
Just cut the day 4.
So a large copy of what's been shown as admitted as States B. If you could show our viewer exactly which area is I-75 and Miramar Parkway.
This is I-75, and there's an exit here for Miramar Parkway.
And what,
Garrett, one second. Garrett,
Yes, Judge.
can you move the screen back a little bit?
Yes.
Thank you. Go.
and Detective, could you be so kind as to step down so we can use the easel?
Sure.
Counsel, can you come move please? So if you could show, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where is I-75 and Miramar Parkway?
Right here. Yes, sir.
What direction does Miramar Parkway travel?
East and west.
Can you point out some of the locations on Miramar Parkway? Let's start with the Boat Campers Restaurant.
Okay, Bow Campers is, I believe, right around here.
Okay. You're pointing to an area north of a water feature.
Yes.
What other locations and restaurants are in that area?
There's a Marshall's around here. There's a Home Goods. There's a Chick-fil-A. There's a gas station here in the corner. There's a Benihana's. There's a Home Depot, Anthony's Cold Pizza. There's a bunch of places.
So you said Chick-fil-A and Home Depot. Those are the two I'm going to stick with over here. Okay. Moving along, can you show the ladies and gentlemen what is Southwest 160th Avenue on the map?
This is 160th, which is also Dykes Road.
Does the name change depending on the jurisdiction of which the city or county it's in?
I guess, yes. We
And,
know it as Dykes or 160th.
okay, moving further west, what's the next major intersection that's reflected on this map on the far left on Miramar Parkway?
The next major intersection is going to be over here, which is 172nd. On this side is Silver Lakes Development. Over on this side is the Miramar, the hospital, which is I believe here. And then there's a regional park. On this side, there's a Target here, a Winn-Dixie, Pollo Tropical, and liquor store.
Okay, so Pollo Tropical, you indicated, is on Miramar
Yes.
Parkway before 172nd if you were headed
Yeah,
westbound?
it's right around here somewhere. I think this is Target,
Okay. Does 172nd run north and south?
north and south, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen where is Pembroke Road on this map?
It's right up here, runs, again, east and west. There's no exit off of 75 to Pembroke Road, and goes out.
Okay. So I want to move on to what's been marked as State C for identification purposes. You have an opportunity to look at those maps prior to coming to court today. Don't let the lady know them, Jersey.
Yes.
Detective, do those two maps fairly and accurately depict the intersections between 160th and 172nd in the first one, and then 172nd and 184th in the second map?
Yes.
To your knowledge and experience working in the city of Miramar, is it an accurate measurement that it is 1 mile between each of those two intersections?
I know for a fact the one from 160th to 172nd because I actually measured that when we searched that area. The one from 172nd to 184th sounds about right, but I don't know for a fact.
Without saying exact, does that sound approximately
Yes.
correct in terms of the distance between the two intersections?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state requesting the states C in as states 3 and published to the jury.
Any objection?
Your Honor, we object to the extent that it might indicate that it's a mile when the witness said he cannot test it.
Yes, you do. Anything else?
Yeah.
Objection overruled. It'll be admitted.
State C, or state C degree.
To be able to publish the ladies and jury, select the larger version of state C. This one is double-sided. Detective Bertrand, if you could indicate on here, you mentioned a Pollo Tropical. Do you point that out to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Over here.
Okay. And you said a Chick-fil-A as well.
Chick-fil-A is going to be around here somewhere.
And if you could indicate here what intersection is to the right side where the yellow line starts at Miramar Parkway.
Over here, this is Dykes.
160th?
Miramar Parkway, 160th.
And at the far side, we're at
172nd and Miramar Parkway.
Okay. Going to the second part of States C. We're going to show the Pollo Tropical again, please, if you'd be so kind. Okay. And then the Sunset Lakes and Silver Lakes community you described earlier. Can you show where they are here?
This is going to be Silver Lakes here, and then over here on this side and this side is Sunset Lakes. Although this here is like a shopping center for Sunset Lakes. There's another development here, I can't remember the name of it, but this here is Sunset Lakes and runs west.
And Sunset Lakes you're indicating is west of 184.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you were speaking with Mr. Henry, did he give you an address at what location he was residing?
He did.
Do you recall that address as to where he was living?
It was in Sunset Lakes,
Okay. Is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to exactly what address was given?
in his statement.
Okay. So I'm going to first start and show you what's been marked as States D for identification purposes only. Look at that and do not show that to the jury. Does that map fairly and accurately depict Miramar from from State Road, Pembroke Road at the north, south to County Line Road, from I-75 west to the western edge of the Sunset Lakes development?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move States D in as States 4 and
Any objection?
permission to publish.
No objections.
It'll be admitted.
States New York, states number 4.
And so going to the larger version of States D, if you'd be so kind, Detective. The address of 18521 Southwest 44th Street. Was that address made familiar to you as part of this investigation?
Yes.
Can you indicate where that is on this map?
Well, to get there, you to go Miramar Parkway, and right around here is the entrance to the development, and then you can go in this way. I believe you can also go in through this side here. Over here is where the guard gate is here. I believe there's another guard gate down there somewhere.
So is it fair and accurate to say that this is Southwest 40th Street right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the address of 18521 Southwest 44th Street, is that indicated with the yellow marking on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of where that address is in the city of Miramar?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would request that when the witness makes indications on the
Speaking
map,
objection.
From sidewalk.
previous about the exhibits. There are smaller items of evidence that have been admitted, smaller versions of the map, and what's being shown to you are blow-up pictures of it. And so the state indicated that they were using these as demonstrative aids. And so what I want to tell you, though, is these blow-ups of the items that are actually in evidence are to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating his testimony. The testimony of the witness is the evidence. However, these demonstrative aids are not to be considered by you as evidence in the case unless they are later received evidence. They should not be used as a substitute for evidence. The evidence is what's been previously marked the smaller version of it. Only items of evidence only items that have been marked in evidence would be during your portion during deliberations. So these blow-ups, these demonstratives would not go back unless they're later received in evidence. All right?
Here comes
Sure.
About the address of the 18521 Southwest 44th Street, as well as the 40th Street entrance for Sunset Lakes.
Yes,
So we're going to move on from this one. We previously talked about the jurisdictional borders of the city of Miramar going to US 27. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as States E for identification purposes. You can just look at that. Does States E accurately depict Miramar from US 27 to I-75 from north of Pines Boulevard south to County Line Road?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move States E in as States 5.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States E mark, states number 5.
And so the identical larger version of it here. So Detective Bertrand, if you could show here, ladies and gentlemen, where is I-75 on this map?
Again, I-75 is here.
And just so it's clear for the record, that's the yellow indication road with the 75
It's
on
going
it.
north and north and south.
Okay. And in terms of the Pembroke Road, can you show where that is on this map?
Pembroke Road is this one here. This one's Miramar Parkway, and this is Pines Boulevard.
Northern
And the county
area.
line is down there.
And the county line, is that C9 canal down there at the bottom?
Yes.
Is the Pines Boulevard marked on the map accurate?
Yes.
Is Pembroke Road as indicated and marked on the map accurate?
Yes.
Is Miramar Parkway is marked and written on the map accurate?
Yes.
And the bottom of the map with the C9 canal, it's not labeled, but is that an accurate depiction of the southern boundary of Miramar?
Yes.
Going out to US 27, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which roads connect from Miramar to US 27?
The only road that it actually goes left.
I'll get back to your investigation in this case.
Murder on my mind all the freaking time.
So when you're at the hospital, you indicated you took a recorded statement from an individual by the name of Portland Henry.
Yes.
Was that statement audio recorded?
Yes.
Was the Miramar Police Department using body-worn camera footage at any point in time in 2018? And if you don't know, please let me know.
I don't know. Detectives didn't wear body cameras.
What?
I'm not sure if Road Patrol did or didn't.
Oh, body cam.
But the detectives did not, and I believe they still don't.
And so is there any video recording of this statement?
No.
Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review that statement?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as states F for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that disc?
That's my initials and date.
Those contents fairly and accurately represent the statements that you reported with Portland Henry on October 26, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions?
No.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states F into evidence and publish for the jury.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States F and mark, states number 6.
Make the song less eerie. 2 bullets just passed.
Here at this time, it would be appropriate for the instruction.
You want to hold
2.6?
the one item now, correct?
Yes,
All right,
sir.
ladies and gentlemen, regarding the use of these transcripts of recordings, you are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence on the recording you read.
Starting with the shorter of the two.
That's the last portion of it.
Okay, so then we will go to the 25-page or the 24-page transcript first.
Yes, that's the first. That's video.
Hey, my name is Detective Bertrand. This is Detective Mark Moretti. We're here to talk to you about what happened. Listen, you need to be straight up with us and tell us where this happened. Okay? My understanding, you told these officers something, but the evidence doesn't show that it happened there. So what happened right off the leg. What about to the leg? Okay, tell me what happened. When I was playing music, getting off the agent. I was already getting sleepy. On the phone, you know what I'm saying? And like, it's out of nowhere, like.
Do you even know what they're saying? Can you make this shit up?
Gunshot, you know what I'm saying? So then I ducked down, you know what I'm saying? In the car. That's almost cut. Let me back you up a few minutes. Where were you coming from? From Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale Studio. Which way did you take? I took 595 to 75. Then you took 75 south? That's what, if you come from Fort Lauderdale and you take 595, yeah. So you get off, and you get on the expressway, right? So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay. And then we got off in Memoir on the exit. And then when I got past the little 3-turn signal, yeah. When I got past that. Which turn signal were you in? Which turn lane were you in? I was getting off the exit. When I got off the exit, after that light, when you make the right, yeah. I came down. You know what I'm saying? I was coming down to the light. You know what I'm saying? And as I'm passing the light, you know what I'm saying? What lane were you in? I was in the left lane. I was in the left lane. The left, he's on the far left side? Yeah. Okay. And so you were already turning onto the Parkway, or you were starting to say I was already off the exit? Yes. Off the exit. Already off the exit. You know what I'm saying? I made it right. Okay. Three turns, right? Yes. Okay, I went to that. Okay. You know what I'm saying? When you going west, or I was going, west is this way, right? No. Okay. What, actually, what happened? Where were you going? I was going to our house. Where's your house at? Our house is over in Silver, by Silver Lake. Okay. 1805, 21, Southwest 4th Street. Over, I can't really what is it? It's 1805. 1805? Yeah, 1805. 21. Southwest. 44th Street. What? 44th Street. 44th Street. Okay, so you were going west. Okay, because you're saying.
Jane, thank you so much for the super chat. Just thank you, Mel. I had so much fun in chat today. Love you all. Thank you. Are you leaving? Yo, should we skip past this, or should we try to bear with it a little bit? It's kind of hard to make out. I can hear a little bit, un poquito, pero no mucho, tú sabes. No sé, man. ¿Qué quiere hacer? Vamos a oír un poquito. Should we all get drinks or something and just kick back? I wish we could do like mini games. YouTube should have like a plug-in where you can like play games with chat and stuff, like checkers, or not checkers, but tic-tac-toe. I don't know. Gamble. Well, we do have that gambling game, but
that you made a right. Like getting off the expressway, you make a right to go west, you know what I'm saying, to go west. If you're coming south on 75, you take the west.
Okay, yeah, you make a right.
There's 3 turning lanes that go right.
Okay, so you made a right. Can you get to Dice?
I'll knock you down, so I don't know.
Okay, once you make the right off of 75, the exit, there's another light there. There's, that's where the shopping center is. On the right-hand side, there's a shopping center.
Yeah, you talking about like Chick-fil-A and stuff like that?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I got.
You have a mega point?
Like, around that area, and I started getting it. When I heard it, like, it was like, you know what I'm saying? I felt it, and I almost crashed the car. You know, so I hit a little bit. But, you know what I'm saying? I almost crashed the car, and I stayed up for a little bit. I couldn't really see anything. Like, I couldn't really see anything. Because I'm like trying to avoid from getting shot. Like, I'm blessed to be here. Like, I'm like, I don't know. Like,
yeah, and you didn't hear anything, they didn't yell anything was said?
Man, I was the car was still rolling forward, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I'm trying not even, you know what I'm saying, be even, I'm trying to stay safe, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying not to even get hit. I'm scared, you know what I'm saying, for my life out there. And the car is rolling. I don't know what car, which way it went, you know what I'm saying? Nothing.
You have the description of the car?
That's what I'm saying. I didn't see anything. Like, I was.
Here's the hard part where we're having.
Let's get wasted.
Understand is that we shut down that entire area, and we had officers shoulder to shoulder walking out. They didn't find as much as one shell casing. They didn't find one piece of glass. Nothing to what you said adds up. And it's hard.
Well, I'm telling you, bro, that's like it.
I mean, for whatever reason, your 2 friends died. Are these your good friends?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
These your 2, I'm assuming close friends.
Yeah.
And you're doing them an inservice by not telling us the truth.
I'm telling you the truth, man. I don't like. What do you want?
How do you make shell casings disappear?
I don't know. How can I tell you about a shell case and I'm driving, ducking for my life, trying to make sure I don't get hit, and you telling me you telling me about this shit? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure I don't get hit. I'm driving. I'm trying to make sure I don't get hit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be worried about it. You know what I'm saying?
I know it's not for you to worry about,
shit crazy, bro.
but if you tell me it happened there's got to be some evidence there. There's going to be broken glass, just like there's broken glass over here from when you guys opened the doors and stuff like that. Okay, there's going to be broken glass over there when the windows got shot out. There's going to be casings from the people shooting at your car. Okay, there's going to be evidence over there. Okay, right now, there's nothing. Okay, now, I kind of think I know what happened because I got information that something else happened on the east side of the city in Pembroke Parks, but which sounds similar to your thing, but you need to be straight up with us. Okay, listen. I know you may be maybe you're scared. But like Mark said, you're doing your friends a disservice. We can't do our job.
I'm not doing no disservice. I'm telling you the straight up honest truth. Like I can't. What can I like tell you if I'm ducking for my life?
No snitching, man. No snitching.
My head's over here, steering wheel's here. I'm trying to make sure I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But like I'm keeping the car straight by hitting medium, you know what I'm saying? I'm that shit fucked me up, bro.
Let me ask you this.
I look up and see them like how they looking. You think I'm like looking for a car? No, hell no. I'm trying to.
Well, let's just forget about where it happened. Let's just put that on the back burner for a little while. Let's talk about why. Are you having issues with anyone?
I mean, we are upcoming artists and stuff, so technically, like we have.
And by the way, because I wasn't sure, so this is the driver, and Mo confirmed this is the driver talking, the driver of the vehicle. All right, and so this is like an audio interview that we're listening to. Called Leon, his name is. Oh no, we gotta say the C with a B. Bought Leon.
I've been having like, you know what I'm saying, like people like, you know, when you like start doing better than people, they start hating and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So you had some jealousy issues.
Yes, like jealousy issues, but but also like it's crazy because people they don't try us. You know what I'm saying? They talk like on social media. You know what I'm saying? But they see us and you know what I'm saying.
It's easier for them to talk shit on social media than it is to your face.
You know what I'm saying?
So who's been talking shit on social media?
I haven't really been on that, but like my friend that's passed away now, I'm just so. He was telling me like, right, he always telling me right, how people, just like today, he was telling me some folks from up our way.
What's up your way?
Like girl beach, like that's where I used to stay. You know what I'm saying? So I grew up there. So that's our hometown. You know what I'm saying?
So what did your friend say about from Vero Beach? What did he say to you?
He was saying he basically just like they were on like Instagram, just through Facebook, like snippets, basically like folks like that's like don't even really like I don't know, like they were just hating basically.
First of all, if you're an up and coming, you know, in the music business, you're gonna be all over social media. That's how you make your mark.
Yeah.
So I know you know more about what's going on social media. You may not know where this happened.
I'm not big. I don't be there. I don't even have a phone, so I'm not like on it. Like I'm just working, making music. You know what I'm saying? Making music and stuff. Raw. That's what we're all doing. I don't really be into any of that stuff. I don't really try to feed into it because like.
What's the name of the room and stuff?
YNW.
What is it?
YNW.
YNW?
Yeah, but like. I already have a lot of other stuff going on in my life already.
Like what?
Like I be having like my home stuff back down south. I mean up top north from her beach because she has to stay with a friend right now, and my little sister staying with her. My little sister trying to grow up fast and stuff like that. So
Can you support them?
yeah, I support it.
How you support them?
When they used stuff, my own uncle signed, he kind of like contributed. You know, yeah, with my mom, like his mom.
What's Anthony Williams? What's his nickname? Yeah, what do you call him? I'm sure you don't call him Anthony. What do you call him? Seth? How you spell that?
S-A-K.
S-A-K. And that's how he's known on social media as Seth? What about Chris Thomas?
Julie.
What?
Julie.
June?
Julie.
Julie?
No. Julie. J-U-V-Y.
J-U-V-Y?
And what do you know as?
I'm just known as my name.
My man?
My name. They call me my name.
My name?
My name.
By your name? Of course. Okay. Let me show you this real quick. Okay. I'm not a great artist, but this is the exit to I-75. Okay. You said you made it right here.
How much longer for day one? 8 more hours. No. So this audio recording, this shit is long. Well, let me not do that because they're gonna cancel me. This audio recording is long. So we got about, I don't know, how long is this? We have about 30 minutes to, they take a lunch break. Then they come back. ¿Y qué hacen? I think they come back. Let's see. When they come back from lunch. I think this is right here. They come back from lunch. Maybe they don't play the whole audio. That'd be a blessing if they don't. This guy comes back on the stand. He comes back on the stand and they show some video. And another witness. Sure. About to be done with day one. Let's just call it day one. And then they got some pictures and stuff. Okay, no. So yeah, this part here is like 30 more minutes. They take like an hour break, I think. It jumps after the lunch break quite a bit, like an hour. So we might have, I'm away. Let's see. 1, 2, maybe 3 more hours.
These are the lights. This is the exit. This is Miramar.
Wait, Mel, skip to the white guy. He's the ballistic experts. Nothing else is good until then. Really? Who? The white guy at the end of the lunch? This guy here? Maybe he's not white. Maybe he don't identify as white. You're just assuming. You can't understand a word? I don't understand either what they hate to say. You agree with Sandwich? You guys want to skip to the after the lunch? No, I want to watch this part where I can't hear nothing or discern anything. Let's see.
Parkway. This Chick-fil-A.
That's like
the gas station.
That's like the curb. You park that curb.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's
That goes like that, yeah.
yeah. Hold down.
Huh?
Hold down.
So did you pass Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, I passed.
Did you pass this light here?
Even the closed caption don't pick up shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. I passed.
Oh, so you passed that light?
Yeah, I got hold down. That's what I'm telling
Lip injections? I don't know if it's a common thing in Florida, maybe in Miami. Skip this bullshit. All right. How dare you say that? Let's do it. I know you love me. I know. Skip to 511. All right, let's get to 511. We're going to save ourselves some time, okay? 511. I ate a little bit of these pot stickers I made yesterday. I didn't really make them. I just threw them in the air fryer. But it sounds nice, right? I made them. I had made them. I had handcrafted them. They're pretty good. So I just wanted some more now. I don't know. Injecting your lips? Is that painful? Let me just listen to Mo. I always gotta do shit the hard way. She said 511. I'm gonna take us through all them seconds.
Sam, how about you broke for lunch?
This guy, right?
Your direct examination of witness, and you're ready to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, good afternoon, Detective Bertrand. We left off listening to the statements that you took. I first want to ask you a question. There's an incessant beeping going on at the beginning of the statement. What was that?
I believe that was medical equipment that we're going to get
Okay, where were these interviews taking place?
inside I guess, where they put patients, a little room.
So an exam room at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. When you were finished speaking with Mr. Henry, and there you discussed in there a part where the officers were walking shoulder to shoulder down Miramar Parkway.
Yes.
So in terms of the time frame of that morning, when is this statement from Mr. Henry taking place?
The statement with Mr. Henry, well, I got at the hospital at 5, and I believe it was at 6:05 when we started the interview.
And so between 5 and 6 a.m., the area between 172 back east to 160th has already been searched.
That was, I believe, prior to me getting there. They had searched from I-75 to Dykes on 160th. And then after I left the hospital, because that's why you hear in the interview us talking about, well, we didn't find anything, because that was the initial area that was searched. And so then after I left the hospital, I met, there's a Walgreens on the northwest corner of Dykes and Miramar Parkway. We met there with about 20 officers or so. There were sergeants, CSAs, road officers, traffic unit, and we I told him I wanted block off Miramar Parkway from 160th all the way to 172, the westbound lanes, and eventually we did that. But prior to that, Detective Moretti and Toyota drove Cortland to the area to get a lot of the interview, that's what we were trying, that was important for us to find a location and jurisdiction.
So, is it clear there's actually 2 searches done between I-75 and 172?
Well, actually 3.
Oh, could you
There was
explain?
175, I-75 to Dykes, 160th. Then I was involved personally from 160th to 172. I assisted in walking that area also with, I think...
That's the 20 officers you were talking about? That
well, the 20 officers to block off everything, and then we had I think a dozen officers, including myself, that actually walked from 160th. This was a second search. And then once we finished that one, they continued from 172 to...
like the 184th we discussed earlier?
Right, exactly.
So going to the search from 160th to 172, you testified previously it's a mile distance.
Yes.
How long did it take to conduct that search of that mile with the 12 officers?
It took us about an hour to do it, because we would stop along the way, we would find a little debris, kind of look at it to see what it was, and that kind of stuff. And essentially we walked shoulder to shoulder, kind of like,
Okay. Did you find any shell casings?
No.
Any glass fragments?
No.
Any projectiles?
No.
Any tire marks?
No.
Any sort of impact or anything on the median that would indicate a crash or recent friction?
No.
The next thing that you did you continue on from 172 to 184 of that mile-long search?
Other officers continued that search.
But were you there personally?
No.
At that point, did you travel to a location in Fort Lauderdale, Florida?
Yes.
And would that be 805 Northeast 4th Avenue?
I believe so, yes.
When you arrived at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue, what was that?
That was a recording studio, kind of like in a warehouse district.
When you went there, did you make contact with the management and the owner-operator of that business?
Detective Taylor did.
Once you went to that studio, did you determine the name to be New Era?
Yes.
After you went to New Era, did you review the surveillance footage that was collected from New Era?
At one point I did.
Okay. I'm now approaching what's been previously marked as States G for identification purposes only.
Yes.
Detective Bertrand, is that the studio footage that you recovered from New Era on October 26, 2018 along with Detective Toyota?
Yes.
Does it fairly accurately depict the studio footage that you reviewed of October 26, 2018?
Yes.
At this time, the state requesting States G in.
No objection. Okay.
It'll be admitted.
States G, we know it's states number 7.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
Yes, you may public, you're looking to have a light skin?
Yes, please, Your Honor. And so, Detective Bertrand, are there a number of clips on this particular footage that you retrieved?
Detective Taylor was the one that downloaded it, but I reviewed it all there also.
Okay. I only at this point am going to publish.
All right, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep this going for a little bit. How much we got left? 6, 7. I got murder on my mind. So day 2, I'm told that like the only thing to watch is they said some white guy here, a ballistics expert. And let me see, because I know Mo sent me some timestamps too. Maybe we could just do day 1 and 2 and knock the shit out and be done with it already. And then just start with day 4 the next time. From 202 to 230, they show security camera. Just day 1. Too many DMs. Okay. Crime scene photos. Okay. Oh, is this day 1 or 2? What is this? Day 2. Oh, that's day 2. Okay, so the security cam, crime scene photos, and then the ballistics guy. So if you can find me the timestamp for the ballistic guy. We'll keep going with this, but maybe we can be done with just 2 days for today. And then the next time we come back, we'll do day 4, which I heard is good. Do we need to do all of day 4? Yeah, I don't listen, I know.
The exterior from channel 4, 2018, 1026, 02, 17, 41.
So white guy. Okay. The security cam footage of day 2 is the same video they're playing now, but the whole thing. All right. Do we need to watch the whole thing? Oh, okay. Is that the red vehicle they were talking about? The hell are they doing? Some odd shit right here. You look kind of sus.
Excuse me, you're able to see? Yes, all right.
Don't need to watch the whole thing. Let's just watch this part then. Probably just get into the driver's seat. Oh, was that the handshake? Okay, that's the handshake. Blop, blop, blop. Okay.
Detective Bertrand,
Hi, Amy.
you're experiencing watching or viewing surveillance footage
Is that our Amy?
over the course of your career as a homicide
Oh no,
detective.
this is a different
Is the
Amy.
time always accurate?
No.
Is it your
Blue hoodie is Melly. Just got into driver back seat. I want to take a look again real quick. I got murder on my mind. Where's the blue hoodie? Is that blue? This. Oh, okay, there it is. There it is. My bad. Oh, that's not a hoodie though.
Excuse me, you're able to see?
Oh, okay, okay,
Yes,
okay.
all right.
Okay, we see now. Clothesline. Me and you, what's up?
Detective Bertrand, in your experiencing watching or viewing surveillance footage over the course of your career as a homicide detective, is the time always accurate?
No.
Is it your recollection that this was off by 1 hour due to traffic
Objection.
arrested?
What's the objection?
Foundation.
Sustain, rephrase.
When this video was recovered, was there a determination made as to how far off the time was from real time?
Same objection. Watch from sidewalk.
Oh! I got. Oh, yo, wait, we do praying?
Was there a process in which you determined the time of which the DVR was currently recording it and the difference to the actual time?
I really wasn't involved in that portion of it.
So you wouldn't be the best person to ask
No.
them that. Understood. Prior to viewing this footage, had there ever been any mention of a fourth person in the gray Jeep?
No.
After you went to this location, did you travel back to Miramar?
We did.
And where did you go when you went back to Miramar?
We went to the office, which is in the clubhouse of Sunset Lakes.
And at that point, did you obtain surveillance footage from there?
Detective Theodore did.
And we're going to get that in for a different witness. So, okay. Moving on to October 28th of 2018. Did you go out of town? I'm sorry, October 27th, 2018. Did you go out of town to help further interviews in this case?
I accompanied Detective Toyota Moretti and I believe Toyota and Tomlin.
Okay.
We went to Vero Beach.
Okay, when you went to Vero Beach, did you record those interviews up there?
No.
Do you remember who you spoke with?
I didn't speak to anyone. I stayed, I believe Detective Moretti conducted all the interviews. I stayed outside and I think in like a kitchen area, kitchen living room area, and I just hung out with the family that was there.
Did you provide your contact information to the family?
I believe I did, yes. I left the card.
Specifically, Nakia Bagley. That individual, did you provide your contact information?
Yes.
Did Ms. Bagley leave without saying what she sent you? On the next day, October 28th, did Ms. Bagley send you text messages?
Let me go back. I'm not sure. I know I left the card. I'm not sure if it was her. I left my card at the house.
Okay. So that was on October 27th?
Yes.
So on October 28th of 2018, without going into what was sent to you, did you receive text messages from the family members of one of the deceased?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going forward on November 2nd of 2018, did you attend a memorial service or funeral in this case?
I did.
Is that common as a homicide detective?
It is.
Why would you do that?
One, show respect, and two, looking for information. Sometimes family members will come and approach us and talk to us. Friends, they'll come that previously didn't know about us, but now they see us there and they approach us.
Were you able to determine or develop any other leads yourself at that memorial service for
No.
Mr. Williams?
No.
Okay. Moving forward to November 8th of 2018, when the first batch of phone records came in, did you take additional investigative steps?
I accompanied Detective Moretti. He asked me, based on some phone records that he got back, he asked me if I could accompany him to search an area, and we did. We went out to US 27th. Show you one.
Please, and so
we went to the first place we drove to was Holiday Park, which is a trailer park north of Pines Boulevard on the left-hand side of US 27th.
When you say left hand, do you mean
West side.
the west side? Okay.
West side.
Understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. And describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury how populated that is.
It's a trailer park, so obviously the construction is not like a house. It's not fortified or what have you, and it's pretty densely populated with a lot of trailers and stuff like that.
In your statement with Mr. Henry, you alluded to some investigation with the sheriff's office off of I-95 and Hollandale Beach Boulevard.
Yes.
As a detective in the Homicide Bureau, was it common to reach out to other jurisdictions for information?
Yes, I think while we were there, we got some information of
Objection. Cursing.
Sustained as to what the information was.
So with regards to the trailer park, did you find any evidence of a shooting that had occurred at that trailer park?
No.
Did any witnesses come forward and speak to you at the trailer park?
No.
Were there any ballistic signs at the trailer park that there had been any shooting?
No, in fact, we kind of concluded that based on the construction of the trailers and stuff like that, and the amount of damaged bullets that were fired at the car, it was our belief that someone would have called if it happened there.
So going forward to November 21st of 2018, did you have the occasion to respond to US 27 and Pembroke Road?
That was the second search that we did.
And when you responded to there, who was present?
Detective Moretti, Detective Toyota, Detective Smith, I believe Detective Tomlin was there, I was there, and there were some canine officers from Fort Lauderdale PD.
When you were there, did you personally collect any evidence?
No.
Who would have done that?
Crime scene.
Why is that?
Because that's their job.
As a homicide detective, do you collect evidence?
Sometimes, but we always have a crime scene if they're there. Under certain circumstances, we may, if crime scene wasn't there, and we could have let them out.
And other than the investigation at US 27 that you were present for and Pembroke Road, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No, going back to the one on the November 8th, we also searched from Pembroke Road after we left the trailer park, we went back to Pembroke Road, and Detective Moretti and I walked from Pembroke Road all the way to Taft, north on Taft to Taft, and then back. That was about 2 miles. We walked the northbound lanes and then southbound lanes, and we didn't find anything.
And that's again on US 27?
On US 27.
Okay. Nothing further into this signature.
Yes.
Counsel, is there any cross-examination of this witness?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Thank you.
Stir him up.
Detective Bertrand. Good afternoon. How soon after the car arrived at the hospital would you say you got involved in the investigation?
Well, at 5 o'clock in the morning is when I got called out. I don't have the actual incident report to see when the call was dispatched, but I got to the hospital at 5:47 is when I arrived at the hospital.
Okay. So you got there within an hour?
Yeah, 47 minutes exactly.
Okay.
Of when I got called out.
Okay. And your first assignment or the first task that you undertook was the first substantive task was to interview Mr. Henry, Cortland Henry, did you say?
Yeah. Well, the first thing was I got briefed by the officers that were there. They told me what they had done to that point, which was the 75 to 160 search, and they didn't find anything. And then after that is when proceeded to review.
Okay. So prior to you even discussing the matter with Mr. Cortland Henry for the first time, you had already been told that based on the description of the location of the incident that he provided to law enforcement, they found no evidence.
Right, from I-70, based on what Cortland told the officers. Okay. So, yeah.
So at that time, you had already formed the impression that he was either mistaken or not being candid.
Well, it was, I think through the statement, it was pretty evident that we were trying to narrow down where that location was. Because we knew that based on what he initially told the officers, it didn't happen there. So we were trying to narrow it down. That's why you keep hearing us trying to figure out the locations and giving descriptions of landmarks in the area to kind of narrow down where that location was so we can look for evidence.
Right. Because he wasn't giving you exact addresses, he was giving you descriptions, and you were trying to decipher from the descriptions that he provided where he might have been described.
Exactly, where the incident happened.
And you knew to this point, at least up to the point where you began your interview with him, that the information, or at least the impressions that law enforcement had formed based upon what he said, were not matching up, right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you start out your interview by telling him, hey, we got a problem. What you told us is not matching up with what we found at the scene.
Right.
And you developed an impression throughout the course of that interview that he wasn't being candid. Did you not?
Well, later on, we did, after we saw that there was a fourth person in the car, when we didn't find any evidence. But that's why we brought him we had officers, 2 detectives bring him to the scene to kind of narrow down the search area. But we did a pretty wide search of the area, just in case he was mistaken.
Sure. But even before you took him out to the scene, you were making, during the process of your, would you define your interaction and your exchange with Mr. Henry as an interview or an interrogation?
It was an interview.
At that time, you didn't perceive him to be a suspect?
No.
You perceived him to be a victim?
Yes.
But you're also of the impression that he was being dishonest with you because, I mean, several times throughout your statement, we can say, hey, there's a problem. You might not want to lie to us, right?
Well, we also had misinformation in reference to an incident that happened on the east side of this city in BSO jurisdiction, which we thought could have been involved, but we later found out it wasn't, so we were mistaken about that. So we were just trying to it was important for us to find the location, one, because of evidence, to look for evidence that would help us with the case, and the second reason was jurisdiction.
Sure. But I mean, you're a seasoned detective, right? You're retired now.
Yes, sir.
So at the time that this transpired, how long were you in the force?
26 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
24 years.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
About 13.
So it would be fair to say that you had a dual purpose during that interview. You were trying to, or at least three purposes. You're trying to determine the boundaries of jurisdiction, right?
Correct.
You're trying to identify the location that this incident took place.
Yes, sir.
In order to determine boundaries of jurisdiction.
Yes, sir.
And also to further your investigation.
That's correct.
And you're also trying to get a gauge of whether the person to whom you were speaking was involved or not involved. Right?
Yes.
Fair.
Yes.
I mean, the number of times that you implied to him that he might be being dishonest as opposed to merely mistaken. You heard the tape earlier, right? You recall.
I didn't have a preconceived notion as to whether he was being dishonest or not. We had some mistaken information. Maybe that's where I came across that way, that there was an incident on the east side, which we later found out it wasn't. We were just trying to find out the location where it happened.
So when you were telling him stuff like, hey, you know, if it was my friend, I'd really want to help the law enforcement officers out. I mean, don't you want to help your friend? You weren't trying to get him to be candid. You were trying to get him to reach into the depths of his recollection. Is that what you're trying to do?
I would say probably both.
Okay. So you were trying to make an assessment of his credibility throughout the course of this exchange.
Sure.
It's fair, right?
Sure.
Okay. So you, I mean, having been a detective for so long, you kind of have a BS meter. You refer to, I don't want to be BS, right?
Yes, sir.
You figure you have a BS meter that's pretty well calibrated.
I guess.
Was it going ding, 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 ding?
Like I said, I was trying to find out where the incident happened.
I understand.
And that was basically it.
I'm trying to ask if your BS meter was starting to be triggered throughout the course of this exchange. That's my question.
I guess.
It was.
Sure.
Okay. So therefore you did discern that this man to whom you were speaking, this man that you were interviewing, not interrogating, may be taking you for a ride.
Say it.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the ding, ding, ding.
I don't know if, like I said, I was at that point, he was a victim. I had no reason to believe otherwise. We were basically trying to narrow down the location. I also understand that being shot at is a traumatic experience based on what he's saying. And that's why we had him, he was transported to the scene to see if we can narrow down the location. I don't know.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that your BS meter did not go off and you did not form the impression that he was being evasive in the manner in which he was answering your questions in the tape that we all just heard.
Well, there are some things that, that's why I asked him, trying to gauge whether one of the questions that I asked him was, if you knew who did this, would you tell me? To see his response. So I guess if you want to call that a BS meter or whatever, I'm just trying to gauge if he's being truthful with me, if he's hiding something. If we asked him all kinds of questions, whether it was a drug deal, whether he had a beef with someone on 75, all kinds of questions, trying to gauge what could happen. We're also trying to find out why it happened and any other things that he might be leaving out. Sometimes it's, like I said, a shooting is a traumatic thing, and
fair to say sometimes when you leave out information it's inadvertent and sometimes it's deliberate.
Correct, and we have to explore that.
And you were trying to figure out which one.
Correct.
But you drew no conclusions throughout the course of the...
Later we did. Later when we didn't find anything, and when we saw the video we knew that where he told us it happened, it didn't happen.
Okay. Well, you perceived him to be scared because you suggested maybe you're scared. Is that what you had perceived? Or did you perceive him to just be evasive? Which one? Or neither?
I didn't draw a conclusion. I'm trying to ask him questions, again, to have him open up, see what could be him being hesitant, or if he's leaving something out, or just exploring different avenues.
Okay. What about the part when he told you that he didn't have a phone? Did that seem curious to you?
Actually, I didn't even think about it, but now it sounds kind of weird, but I didn't even think about it at the time.
You know anybody without a phone? It's not living under a bridge.
No.
So at that time, this information, this indication, this loud indication that maybe he is deceiving you, it didn't occur to you now, but upon reflection, you would say that it's now occurring to you. Now that I put the question.
It's easy to Monday morning quarterback when you have a lot of time. We're in the middle. My goal at that time was to find out the location, okay, so that we can look for evidence and jurisdiction. Those were the two main things at that time. And then obviously why, and get some background information as to why it could happen and things like that.
I understand that. And just to further your analogy, I would submit that during the process of this exchange, when somebody tells you, an adult male, tells you I don't have a phone, that being curious is not Monday morning quarterback. That's like missing somebody wide open in the end zone, right?
Sustained.
But it didn't hurt you.
No, really at that time, it wasn't maybe later on it could have been something that Detective Moretti would have considered, but at that time, like I told you, what my priorities were, at least for me.
I noticed you mentioned Detective Moretti. It's not something that would have occurred to you. Was it fair to say that Detective Moretti was the one making the investigative decisions on the case?
I called him to be the lead detective because we had, like I stated earlier, we had an agreement between the homicide detectives. I was 2 years left before it was almost 2 years exactly to time to retire. So the agreement was that if I got called out, the other guys in the homicide unit would take over the investigation and that I would assist to avoid exactly me having to come back.
Yeah, and it didn't work.
It didn't work out.
Sorry about that. But you're not suggesting that the fact that you weren't lead meant that if your investigative instincts suggested that certain actions be taken, that you wouldn't suggest that to Moretti. You're not saying that.
Again, I don't know how many times I'm going to explain it. To me, at that point, we were trying to find out the location and try and get some historic and stuff like that.
Okay, so we're past the phone thing. I'm just saying, as a general concept, your perception of your role vis-a-vis Detective Moretti's wouldn't be because he's the lead that if something occurred to you, you would not convey it to him. You wouldn't keep it to yourself.
No, we would discuss.
Okay, so there came a point later where you took Mr. Cortland Henry, or at least Detective Moretti did, out to the scene, so there would be no mistake as to where he said that, right?
Detective Moretti and Detective Toyota drove me to the scene.
So now we don't have the possible disconnect between what he's describing and what you perceive. Now he's saying it happened in this location, wherever it is that he took you, right?
You would have to ask Detective Moretti what was discussed. They just told me, I believe it was like in the area of the 163rd and Miramar Parkway, but we started, like I said, on 160th and proceeded westbound.
And law enforcement exerted a lot of effort, searched there, found nothing.
Correct.
Now you know this guy's not telling you the truth, I'm sure, right?
Well, at least that it didn't happen there.
Okay. So at least he's not telling you the truth as to the location of the incident, right?
Throw him under the bus.
Correct.
Fuck it.
And he told you where he lived. I think early on in the transcript, he told you the address on 44th Street, right?
Yes, sir.
And it occurred to you, of course, that maybe we should go and execute a search warrant on that location just to make sure that we are investigating the possible people that are involved. Did that occur to you at the time?
No, I didn't do a search warrant in that location.
Well, I know you did. I'm asking whether it occurred to you that you should have.
No.
And based upon your being in and around Moretti, you never heard him suggest maybe we go do that.
In order to get a search warrant, you have to have probable cause that a crime was committed there. And at this point, we had no evidence that the crime was committed at the house to get a search warrant.
You need evidence, probable cause to determine that crime was committed at the house, or you needed probable cause to determine that possible evidence of a crime may be retrieved from that location.
Correct. Well,
yeah, chop him up.
Yes. Yes to both of those.
Right. And so the gentleman who shows up at the hospital telling lies with two deceased people in his car doesn't occur to you that the place he goes directly next might be a source for you to find evidence, right?
We had no evidence that he went to the house.
Drill his ass. Yeah, get his ass.
Where'd he go?
According to him, to the hospital.
Where'd he go at?
I have no idea.
Would that have been a concern?
We went to different areas.
What areas?
We went to other places. No, we didn't go there.
Okay. So, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you now have somebody who has presented himself with 2 dead bodies, lied to law enforcement, had a long interview where he's taking you around in circles and being evasive, and where he leaves, and you know.
Objection, counsel, that's fine. Asked to answer.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Okay. Didn't occur to you to search, to track where he may be going, and conduct a search warrant, because it might be fruitful.
No.
Okay. At the time that somebody, at least, determined that Cortland Henry may have been involved in this tragedy, you were already off case?
I believe I already testified to my involvement in it, so that the items that we covered was my involvement in the case, period.
Okay. So as you recall, at the time that you disengaged from further involvement in the case, Cortland Henry had not yet been identified as a potential suspect. If you recall.
No.
Can I have a move, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Drill his ass. Yeah. I want y'all to search the house and shit. But they're kind of throwing the other guy under the bus, right? The other defendant. Throw his ass under the bus. So he lied,
So
right?
The location that Cortland Henry identified as his residence was also the place he identified as the residence of the 2 victims.
Yes, sir.
And that didn't trigger you to think maybe to search that location either?
No.
Lad.
Tell me again about Walmart. Do you remember what Cortland Henry told you about Walmart?
He described some incident at Walmart.
And the reason that you were asking him, I think explicitly, was that you were trying to determine whether or not there could be any other people who may have had a motive to engage in the offense.
Correct.
And he told you about an altercation that took place at Walmart.
Yes, sir.
And you know, of course, that Walmart has surveillance tapes.
Yes, sir.
And so when did you go and retrieve those tapes?
I don't know if Detective already did.
If you were making the call, would you have done so?
I don't know if there was no connection to it at the time. I don't know if I would have or would not.
Because you do realize you asked him that very question for that very reason.
He also said that there was nothing to it that as best as I recall.
He said the beef was squashed.
It was, yes.
So you said, okay, well, and that settles it.
Well, I didn't say anything. In fact,
And you didn't do it?
I didn't, no.
Okay.
That completes your cross-examination, counsel?
I think so, sir, but I'm being vacant.
Nothing.
Remember the reference to a guy named Bentley in the statement? That there was a beef with a guy named Bentley? You don't recall?
No.
Okay. Because we listened to the statement earlier, and that statement said the beef was squashed with Bentley. It didn't say that the beef was squashed with a Walmart. Right?
I don't recall.
Okay. You just know that you didn't go and check up on either one.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Counsel, is there any rewrite?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Bertrand, does surveillance footage exist forever?
No.
Is there a retention time frame in which you have to be able to go to whatever location to retrieve it?
In most cases, from a week or two to 30 days max.
Did Mr. Henry give you any more idea of a time frame as to when this Walmart incident happened?
If he did, it's contained, I don't recall at this moment.
Counsel asked you a lot about being a search warrant for the house.
Correct.
Do you have any information whatsoever that would lead you to believe the defendant, Mr. Demons, or Mr. Henry had been at the house?
No.
Where did all the investigation point that they had been?
In the car.
With regards to the recording studio, did you go there and retrieve the evidence from that location of the video? No. Did you get a warrant just based on belief?
No.
On a hope and a prayer?
No.
What do you need?
You need probable cause and evidence that items of the crime are there.
Did you have anything to base that on to go to a judge and ask for a search warrant at that time?
No.
Do you know how long the defendants lived there before they were evicted? If you don't know when they were evicted, that's
I don't recall.
Counsel brought up a lot about Mr. Henry being evasive or not wanting to answer questions. You asked some questions of him. Did you think he was going to try and exact street justice?
Repeat that again, I'm sorry?
Did you think Mr. Henry was going
Objection
to
to
try
the
and...
leading. I don't know about leading. Sustain the objection.
With regards to the questions you asked of Mr. Henry, did you ask if he was going to take any actions into his own hands?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
This witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Capiche, capiche. Okay, so what do we got? Some other witness now.
Morgan Curry. Well, this is our witness stand. We're going to come up here. When you get to the stand, you put your things down. But just remain standing. Thank you. Raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Morgan Curry,
Please spell your first and last name for the record.
M-O-R-G-A-N, C-U-R-R-I.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Madam, that microphone will adjust up or down, not back and forth. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Curry. How are you today?
Good afternoon.
Where do you currently work?
The Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
What do you do for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service?
I conduct criminal felony investigations, also hold arrest authority.
And in terms of your job description, what area or specialization do you?
Yes, so specialize in cold cases as well as in forensic consulting for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
What does that mean to be a forensic consultant for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service?
Yes. So handle any type of forensic expertise or crime scene processing.
Okay, and the crime scene processing that you do, what type of training and experience do you have to do that from NCIS and not the TV show, just to be clear?
Correct. Received over 210 hours of formal training in crime scene processing and documentation, to also include photography, the collection of evidence, the processing of evidence, collection of DNA, fingerprinting, various other forensic principles. I also received a bachelor's degree prior to NCIS, but specifically within NCIS. And 4 years, and then was promoted to a custodian. So collecting as well as storing any type of incoming evidence or property for the department.
Okay, and then once you were promoted to crime scene technician, how did your job description change?
It included the same responsibilities.
Training.
Completed a 16-week on the 12 years. Also in forensics with a minor in anthropology.
Did you also obtain a master's degree? And what was your job description for this case?
So crime scene technician in this case.
Were you the only crime scene technician?
No, there were several others.
So walk out of the ladies and gentlemen jury through how you first became involved.
First involvement was contacted by our dispatch unit to respond to assist with processing the scene.
And when you are contacted, are you at home? Are you on shift?
I would have to refer back to my report to specifically know for this case. But normally what happens is either contacted by phone and or if we're on a radio, we're contacted by via radio.
Do you respond directly to the hospital in this case?
Yes, I did.
What is the first thing you do when you get to the hospital?
meeting with the detective that's on scene, if they're on scene, and or the lead officer that's there to debrief on whatever my assistance is needed for.
Okay, and so what tasks were you assigned once you spoke with the officers and detectives on scene?
I was specifically tasked with photographing and documenting the individuals that were there at the hospital.
When you say the individuals that were there, were they living or deceased?
Deceased.
Did you have any involvement or contact with Cortland Henry? Who would be a living individual?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have any contact with the defendant in this case, Jamel Devins?
No.
So I'm going to start and go through when you're documenting the scene at the hospital. How do you do that?
Again, first starts with speaking with the detective or officer that's there to kind of brief on the case. Then from there we start with photography. It will also include photographing the scene, photographing the important information and or evidence, documenting via notes, so taking notes as far as address, other pertinent information, and then also if there's collection of evidence, just making sure that you document what evidence you're collecting and transporting it appropriately.
In terms of the number of photographs that you take, I'm not asking you exactly how many, but how is it? Voluminous?
Could you use a different word?
Sure. Do you take a bunch of them?
Yes. So, yes.
Is there any particular pattern that you do when you're taking these photographs?
Yes. So we start with overalls. So that just includes an overall depiction of the scene to include, again, addresses or any type of location information that there is there. And then we move into mid-ranges. So if there's any specific mid-ranges that ties what you're focusing on in your scene to specific pieces of evidence, you would start there. And then if there is something that needs a close-up photograph, we then move into close-ups.
And you follow that same process, whether you're documenting a person, a place, or a thing?
That is correct.
In this case, you mentioned collecting evidence. Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do when you're collecting a piece of evidence?
When you're collecting a piece of evidence, you start initially by documenting it with notes, and then from there photographing it, and then if there's photographing it in that same sequence. So overall is where it's located, mid-range, and then close-ups. After that, you would then collect it and bag it appropriately to be transported from the scene.
Okay, so I'm going to go back now. When you're collecting it, what do you do to ensure there's no contamination of the evidence?
So we always make sure to have PPE, personal protection equipment. So that includes things like gloves, masks, face mask if needed, a tie-bed suit, which would be kind of like a coverall suit to protect your clothing, and or to protect the specific pieces of evidence to be contaminated with the items on your clothing. And so then from there, we would bag them into specific pieces of bagging materials. It could be paper, it could be plastic.
So Investigator Curry, is there a reason why paper bags are used or plastic bags are used?
Yes, so we use paper because it is a porous material, being a breathable material. Any type of biohazard evidence that you're collecting should be in a porous material, some type of paper material so that it can breathe, so that it's not contaminated with mold or other bacterial items.
So if items are damp or moist or wet in any way, how do you deal with that as a crime scene technician?
Yep, so we do have sterilized dryers. So any type of items that are wet at the time, we do transport them in that paper, that breathable material, and then from there it goes over to our drying chamber to be dried.
After they are dried, do you package them again?
Correct. After they're dried, they are packaged in that paper material.
And with regard to our courtroom presentation, are there occasions in which the clothing is placed between clear plastic to make it easier to handle and deal with in court?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to start. I'm going to approach here.
Can you approach very briefly? Yes.
Sorry. All right, so far, I know they say it's not that interesting the first day. It's a little bit of a drag, but. Applause. Who's applauding? Oh, it's just water. Okay. That's crazy. I don't know why they have their sound like that. It picks up everything but the voices. Well, y'all think so far? A little bit of a drag. I feel like we gotta go through this mess just to get to the good shit for I guess Tuesday. What is it? Down a break?
I'm going to publish the exterior.
Sometimes people just when they come back over here.
That's right.
That's alright, man. This shit good. Doing dabs, Rich? You doing dabs? And should I order something to drink? This is not fun stuff to drink to, though. This is like pass out, man. Shit. My hair is in that phase where it's just like a fucking thing in my head. It's not even. I can't even control it. I can't brush it anywhere. It's just still. I think it's because that Miami water that was going through my hair. I mean, I washed my hair since, but that Miami water like affects your hair for days. It should just. I don't know. Evil Plan, Notebook, TikTok, and DM, no music. Okay, let's check it out. This is what we missed when I skipped through the stuff.
Or incident happens.
If he did, it's.
So, I feel like this is probably a stunt, though, too. She just happens to have a book called Evil Plans. Whoa, YNW Melly's defense attorney has a notebook titled Evil Plans and Stuff. Ooh, what's that book about?
Or incident happens.
If he did, it's contained. I don't recall at this point.
Counsel
You know that shit's on purpose.
asked you a lot about being a search warrant.
Please. Demon time. I've been purifying my body, man, so I don't know about getting a drink. I haven't had a drink in one day. No, I'm just kidding. It's been like, I think like 2 or 3 days, something like that. Some shit like that. I don't know, but the weekend's coming anyway. I'm drinking now. Open a seltzer. Oh, those little seltzer drinks? Like 2% alcohol. It's kind of refreshing. But there's so much calories too, though, right? Just to like consume like 3,000 calories just to get to get to the level of one shot.
Jurors entering.
Oh, Patty, as far as the Patty said go to day 4. Thing is, day 4, there's quite a few things that happen, I'm told. The legal battle and issue started at 53 minutes and 21 seconds. And it kind of goes all day, affecting all witnesses. And then the ex's mom comes on the stand at 3 hours and 12 minutes. I was going to try to squeeze in and do day 4 today, but I think we're actually going to have to watch a lot more than I anticipated. So I want to finish this off. We're kind of almost done. It feels like forever, but we're almost done. Let me see how can I show you guys. Almost done. I mean, I say almost, but like shit. It's like an hour plus. Jesus Christ. And then day 4, we might have to do either tomorrow or Monday. So no, I'm not saying we're not going to watch it. I'm just saying that I think day 4 we're going to have to watch more than just the ex's mom getting on the stand. I think we have to watch a little bit more before that. So I think that's the plan. I want to skip this shit. Trust me, I want to skip this shit.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the verdict for our jury.
Mo says just go to the photos at the end of day 1. You want to do that? We could skip just to the photos. She's like a crime scene or some sort of lab person, right? They have photo. We could just skip to the photos. What do you guys say? No. I want to watch the mundane process of, what do they call it? Credentials and all this stuff, accreditations. Oh, I did. When I finished that zoo thing yesterday, I had a headache on the drive back home. I actually did have a headache. I felt like weak and tired yesterday. I was pretty drained, but then we did went pool. Let's skip it, man. All right, we're riding out. Who's gonna complain? We got like 400 people here. That's all right. Let them go. I was say we got a t-shirt here. Let go.
And the same, essentially the same condition as when you collected it October 26, 2018.
Is there, excuse me, Counsel, the objection pending still up being displayed to the jury. Is there a way you can do this without going?
Put it back to the back.
I'll make it easier. No objection to the clothes coming into the house.
So with regards to without objection, so statement estimate states I in.
No objection, correct?
No objection.
It will be admitted. States aye.
I'm hoping we'll get a chase tonight. That would be amazing.
So states J.
No objection with regard to states J.
No.
No, sir. It will be admitted.
Here. Here. Here.
Thank you. And investigator now approaching what has been previously marked as states P and shown to defense counsel. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Illegal clothing collected from the scene from Christopher Thomas.
And are these items still in the original packaging?
Yes, it is.
Is your seal still intact with your name,
Okay.
ID number?
Yes, it is.
No objection.
Here at this time, state requesting states P in.
There's no objection, so they'll be admitted. How many items are in there, Counsel?
So on photograph number 1 under Anthony Williams, it has a G down here at the bottom of the photograph. Why is there a G?
It depicts the item letter that's assigned to the items.
Do you go through and assign a letter to each item that you're looking at?
Okay, that was the driver's shirt. Courtlian, Bartlian.
Yes, each item that's collected receives a letter.
So going through on item G, and I believe there are 50 photographs in order to answer your prior question. Why do you take photographs of each side of these shoes?
To accurately depict the entire item from various samples.
Okay. Again on item G. Moving on to item H. What, in terms of, is that the same that's been previously admitted into evidence, the black pants that we looked at first?
Yes, it is.
The contents of the pockets, why do you photograph it as such?
To be able to document what items are within the pockets because they may not be visible
Okay.
as they are.
And now what are we looking at on item H? What view?
So the back side or rear side of the jeans.
So this is still marked as item number, or letter H.
Yes.
What items were found inside item H?
These were the items that were derived from the black jeans.
Were those items collected and cataloged?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to the amount of currency that you're seeing right here, how much is that?
$37.
County counsel has been previously marked as states R. Investigator Curry, do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
And marked as states R for identification purposes. What is that?
It's a currency bag filled with the currency from the IDH notes that are
Is it in the same or potentially same condition as when you collected it on the day of processing?
Yes, it is.
Is it sealed with your name and ID still?
Yes, it is.
Is it verified by another individual as to the amount of the currency?
Yes, it is.
Here at the second state, we're requesting the states are in.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
$97.
Next series, what is that?
States R will be marked states 18.
Thank you.
On to what's been labeled here as states your Miramar item I, previously admitted into evidence, the boxers and the 2 socks.
That is correct.
Is this how you found them?
Yes.
Do you do any of the cutting of them when you receive them?
No, I do not.
Do you know who does?
Generally, medical staff.
What's item J?
Picture of the jean jacket that was provided by medical staff of the deceased or from the deceased.
With regards to this next photo of item J, there is an arrow indicating a circular area. Are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if that is or is not a distressed portion of the jacket or is some sort of bullet defect?
Based on my experience in training, it appears to be something similar to a bullet hole.
Okay. With regards to the arrows, is that where you're putting those on there?
That is correct.
Moving on to the back of item J, is that how it looked when you collected it?
Damn.
That is correct.
Wow.
Based on your training experience as a crime scene investigator, does the appearance of blood change over time as it's stored in evidence?
That is correct.
That's still the same jacket that we have in evidence?
That is correct.
Again, item J with the 2 arrows that you have on there,
That is correct.
are those 2 areas of interest that you identified?
Yes.
This is a close-up of the one item J defect. What can you tell about this particular item that makes you, based on your training experience, say that it's a bullet hole?
Just based on the
Image says, got here super late. Don't worry, you didn't miss much. The beginning was kind of interesting. The opening statements, there's been a lot of kind of in-between stuff. I think, because I remember when I did the Letitia Stout trial, see, this trial I'm starting late, so I like to do the probable cause affidavit before the trial. I'm gonna, if I have time, because there's a lot of shit going on kind of with this car shit thing, but I'd like to do this over the weekend because I feel like this time, a lot of the times, gives you a lot of information that you need and helps you understand what's going on in the trial. At least the claims from the state and prosecution helps you understand a timeline and characters and vehicles and bullets and guns and information. So I'm going to try, it's 9 pages long, so it shouldn't be that bad. I'm going to try to do that over the weekend, as well as we're going to come back for day 4. I got to figure out what day we're going to do that.
size, the distress in the jeans, or I'm sorry, in the clothing, and the diameter of the specific defect.
So going on to the black shirt that's been placed in evidence.
That is correct.
That's item K as you documented it. And the little letter K that you put on each of these photos. Why do you put it on the photos?
Because it's a close-up, just to be able to identify that this particular close-up pertains to the overall item K.
Okay. Now looking at the other side of that same t-shirt.
Correct.
Again, how can you tell, or what based on your training experience will tell you that this is a bullet defect?
Based on the perforation inside the clothing itself, to include the diameter of the defect as well.
Okay. So with regards to Christopher Thomas's clothing, did you recover money and currency from his clothing?
I would have to have my name question.
Okay. If any approach was been previously marked as State S after showing it to the defense counsel?
Yes, counsel.
First victim's clothing, Deja was
This your current showing has been previously marked as State S for identification purposes only. Do you recognize your seal, your ID number, and the date of October 29th, 2018?
That is correct.
On the front of it, do you document the individual from which his item's clothing was collected as well as the amount?
Correct.
Does looking at that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you collected currency from Christopher Thomas?
Yes, it does.
Did you collect currency from Christopher Thomas?
Yes, I did.
Is that fairly and accurately depict the currency and is in the same or substantially same conditions when you collected on October 29th, 2019?
That is correct.
You're at this time to state the request and States S in.
No objection.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States S will be marked States 19.
Day 4 on Monday. What? Darcy, what are you talking about? Oh, man. Maybe we could do it on Monday. I don't know. Cause tomorrow I'm not sure about the car when I'm getting it. I don't want to start a stream and then have to get up in the middle of it to leave, you know. So maybe the safe bet is Monday to do the day 4.
Showing you what's in marked as States T for identification purposes. Are those the sneakers that we just used in those photographs?
Yes.
Do they have the same or essentially same condition?
Yes.
Representative State requesting move States T in.
Any objection?
No objection.
T will be admitted in the next series, Council.
States T will be more States 20.
All right, so we got some video here.
Action shot of where the scene is.
What direction are you facing in this photograph?
Oh, picture.
I believe it's going to be east to west. I'm sorry, south to north.
Hold on just 1 second. So you said you were facing east in this direction, west and US 27 would be behind you?
Yes, that is correct, east to west.
So for the purpose of further on pictures, the power lines that we see on the right side, that's the south side of the road?
That is correct.
And there are no power lines on the north side of the road?
That is correct.
Okay. You indicated that there were other investigators on scene as well?
That is correct.
Is this some of the canine officers you were discussing?
Correct.
So again, looking in an eastern direction, but now focusing on the south side of the road. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the yellow and orange markers and what they're there for?
Yes, so the yellow and orange markers are there to help depict items of evidence that can't necessarily be seen as they are maybe covered by the shrubs or the grass.
Okay. So moving on, what direction are you facing in this photograph here?
Facing towards the west.
And so at the end of this street here, what road is this?
On the end there is US 27.
No. The items that we see here, the flags, do they correspond with a photo marker or are they indicating something else?
So they may be corresponding with a, they have a photo marker next to it, but they depict the actual pieces of evidence.
So going on to this next photo, again with the power lines looking at the south side of the street. How many items did you indicate with photo markers on the south side of the street?
7.
So on the north side of the street, how many items did you indicate with photo markers?
3.
Do they continue in sequential order?
Yes, they do.
1 through 7 is on the south side, 8, 9, and 10 on the north side.
Correct.
Again, showing 8, 9, and 10 on the north. So I'm going to go back to item number 1, back on the south side. Can you describe what we're looking at in this photo here with photo marker number 1?
Yes. So the shell casing, cement casing, that's it.
Oh.
That's that particular item?
That is correct.
Was this item collected?
Yes, it was.
Why do you take multiple photographs from different angles of these items?
Just to get an overall depiction of a specific item and then also accounting for lighting or better visibility of that.
The glass appearing object underneath the casing. Did you collect any of that specific glass right there?
I do not believe it did.
All right, Onivera.
I think after discussing with investigators, did not believe that it was in reference or pertaining to the casing.
Okay. Did it have any characteristics of auto glass?
Objection beyond the scope
If she knows.
of her expertise.
Hey, first establish that she may know something about this.
So, Investigator Curry, in part of your training in crime scene, is it determining what evidence may be something that would be collect?
Yes, it is.
In terms of the facts of the case, is that something that you're familiar with and you familiarize yourself with to know what types of evidence may exist?
Correct.
For glass and glassware, do you have any training in identifying potential sources of glass or other items that may be of evidence you're done?
Yes, I do.
with regards to the glass in the Jeep that was found at the hospital. Had you had the opportunity to view that Jeep prior to November 21st of 2018?
Yes, I have.
The glass that was in the Jeep, was that consistent with the glass that's there in this photo marker number 1?
No, it was not.
Moving on to photo marker number 2. What are we looking at in this particular image?
So the glass fragments are in the glass.
Going now to photo marker number 2, the next image. Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen how you're taking this photo?
So it is considered a close-up photograph of the glass fragments. It is at 90 degrees directly over the glass that's on the ground.
Moving on to photo marker number 3. What was significant with photo marker number 3?
I would have to, are we able to zoom in? Is there another photograph? Or if I can refer to my report?
You can refer to your report. Would that help in refreshing your recollection as to photo number 3?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Council, do you need to see the report? Same report? Just ask for a
Same
short
report, I have it, thank you.
Draw your attention to the third photo number 3. In reviewing that, is your memory now sufficiently refreshed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so in this photograph here, what are we looking at?
Glass fragments.
And could you kind of circle it on the screen so it's clear to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're... Those look different than the last glass fragments
Yes, they
we were
are.
looking at. How are they different so it's clear on the record?
It appears to be a tint or a darker color.
Moving on to photo markers, and so for this is the establishing shot for which 4 photo markers?
4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay. Going to the close-up of photo marker number 4. What was the important item of evidence in this photo?
Spent casing.
Okay. There's a scale on each photo marker. Why is that?
We're able to document the size.
Cat house. Oh, courthouse. I said cat house. Courthouse cat, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. And the Glimmering Man, thank you for the membership. We're almost at the end of this, which I'm kind of glad. What we're going to do, too, before we get off, we're almost at the end of this. How much of day 2 do we need to play? Let me check a look again, because I think we can do day 2 real quick. Day 2, you got to do from 3 hours, so about 40 minutes. And, okay, about 40 minutes. Maybe I should do it a different stream then. We'll keep it, I don't want to make it too long. So maybe we can do day 2 tomorrow, maybe, because it's only like 2 hours that we need to watch. We can do a day 2 tomorrow, keep it short, and then Monday come back and do day 4, which is the real good one, supposedly. They say it's good, but I'm not holding my breath. But actually, multiple people have said that. Multiple people have said that, so I know.
Of the specific item in the picture or that we're photographing.
And are all of these items later on collected?
Yes, they are.
Going on to photo marker number 5. I'm going to start with the item to the left here. What is that?
Spent casing.
Okay. Moving over to the right of photo marker number 5. What is that?
Spent casing.
Did you collect both of those 2 spent casings?
That is correct.
Okay. And in terms of another view of these 2 casings on number 5, is that what we're looking at here?
That is correct.
Moving on to photo marker number 6. What? I'm going to move into the closer up one for photo marker number 6. I'm going to start to the one to the left. What is that?
Spent casing.
Okay. Is that the same one that was next to photo marker number 5?
Not to my knowledge.
And to the right of photo marker number 6?
It's another spent casing.
Going on to photo marker number 7. What are we looking at in photo marker number 7?
Spent casing.
Were all of these spent casings of the same caliber when you collected them?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Again, last photo here of number 7.
Spent casing.
Moving on to the north side of the street on 8, 9, and 10. What did you collect at photo marker number 8?
Glass fragments.
Is that a view of those glass fragments?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to photo marker number 9. What did you collect at this location?
Glass fragments.
Moving on to photo marker number 10. What did you collect at this location?
Glass fragments.
We're looking here now at one of the last 2 photos. What is this photo depicting?
Measuring, or a detective utilizing a measurement device.
And what is that measurement device?
It measures distance. It's a yardstick stick or meter stick.
So I'm going to go through now with those items that were collected.
Okay. What we got left? Let's see. Let's see the defense.
Okay, Investigative Curry, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as states X for identification purposes. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
My writing on the packaging as well as my name and ID number, Miramar ID number at the time.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on November 21st of 2018?
That is correct.
Are they sealed?
Is that a defense? I can't tell.
Yes, they are, sir.
We're still crossing.
Your Honor, this time the state requests to move state X in.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States X will be marked states 20.
Photographs marked and reviewed as states composite Y, a USB, and 9 pages of photographs.
Just like the same representation.
Of course. Investigator Curry, I'm showing you now what's been previously marked as states composite Y for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that USB and those 9 pages of photographs?
Yes, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the documentation that you did of states 22 and 23 that is now in evidence?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state requesting of states Y in as
Any objection?
No objection with the same proviso. The USB is the same as the photographs.
That's the
correct.
representation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. It'll be admitted.
Okay.
States Y will be marked states 24. To put 1 USB composite and 9 photos.
So starting with what's labeled as image 76, if you could just briefly describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the case number that's on there as well as the number marker.
Yes. So the case number identifies, it's in reference to the same case that these items were collected. In regards to the item number pertains to the photo marker that was in the photographs of the scene.
Prior to photographing and processing these on November 27th of 2018, did you do an MVAC filter?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is an MVAC filter?
So an MVAC filter, it's used to collect any type of DNA or any additional information utilizing a test. The MVAC, the MVAC system itself uses a filtered item. So any type of DNA that is collected off of the item that's being tested is filtered and put onto a filter that is then tested and sent out to a lab.
And so, Investigator Curry, do you have training and experience on when it is appropriate to try and collect DNA from items?
That's correct.
In this instance, did you walk the jury through, please, the process of how you did the MVAC filter collection?
With the assistance of additional crime scene technicians, after collecting the item itself, it is then submerged in sterile water. A machine then spins the item. In this case, it was the spent casing. It spins the item. The water then absorbs whatever that DNA or whatever particles are on the item that's within the water. And then after that, that water is then filtered through a kind of like a cotton swab or a cotton ball, and the remnants or whatever DNA or whatever additional items are filtered through that cotton ball and then sent out to the lab to be analyzed.
Can you see the DNA on there with the naked eye?
No.
Do you know if it's successful or not at the time you finish completing the filter?
No, we do not.
Going forward back to the photographs, you have a number 1 on here.
That's correct.
What does the number 1 correspond to with regards to the previous photographs you just looked at?
It corresponds to the yellow photo marker that was within the previous photograph.
Do you photograph each casing from all sides and angles?
Yes.
So that's item number 1. 3 photos of that. And now, so if you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what item we're looking at now.
Spent casing, identified as photo marker number 4.
With regards to the writing that's on the back of each of these spent casings, were they all consistent with one another?
Yes, they were.
And what type of writing or markings were on each of these casings?
Blazer, 40, S&W.
As a crime scene technician, what is a Blazer 40 S&W mean?
It refers to the caliber of the spec casing as well as the brand.
Moved on to item number 5 in these photographs.
Spec casing.
Were there more than one item at photo marker number 5?
Yes, there was.
Moving on to photo marker number 6.
Spec casing.
Again, was there more than one spent casing at photo marker number 6?
Yes, there was.
Moving on to photo marker number 7. What are you documenting in these photos?
Spec casing.
Oh my god, I forgot about
Moving
that.
on to photo marker number 2. What are you documenting in these photos?
Glass fragments.
Photo marker number 3.
Glass fragments.
Photo marker number 8. Now we're back on the north side of the road. Is my recollection correct on that?
That is correct.
Okay. Again, photo marker number 8.
Glass fragments.
Photo marker number 9.
Glass fragments.
And photo marker number 10.
Glass fragments.
So going forward, after you photographed these, I want to go to your investigation when you were in Margate, Florida, with regards to this case very briefly. Did you...
As far as the Delphi murders, I don't know if you guys had heard too. I saw this pop up on feed yesterday. They're saying that Richard Allen confessed 5 or 6 times to the Delphi murders, I guess behind prison bars or whatever. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. But it's supposed to be in January, that trial.
Assist with a search warrant in Margate, Florida?
Yes, I did.
Did you collect any evidence there?
Yes, I did.
Were any firearms collected?
No.
With regard to that specific location in Margate, do you remember where it was?
Yes.
And where was that?
Don't remember the specific address, but it was near university.
Looking at it, is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to this specific address?
Referring to my report.
And counsel, we need to?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So just read the first paragraph silently to yourself and let me know when your memory has been sufficiently refreshed.
Refreshed.
Okay, and so what was the address of that?
5700 Toscana Place, apartment 307.
While you were at that residence, did you make contact with any individuals?
Not to my recollection.
The search warrant and the photographs that were taken at that, you said there was no firearms recovered?
Correct.
Was there a storage unit key that was recovered?
I would have to refer to my report.
Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And then the 6th paragraph, could you just read that silently to yourself?
Thank you.
So was there a storage unit key that was collected?
Yes, there was.
Was there mail collected from that location?
Yes, it was.
The individual that was named on the mail, who was that?
Jamel Demons.
With regards to later on that day, did you then help and assist on the execution of a second search warrant?
Yes, I did.
So the second search warrant at a storage unit location, did you recover any firearms there?
No, we did not.
Just a moment, can I close those notes? So I'm going to show you what's been, show counsel. What's been marked as state Z.
Oh, your peach wine is gone? I hope we get a chase tonight.
Substantially same conditions when you collected them on the October 2018.
It's over already.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states Z in a composite of 3 items.
Is there any objection?
No.
It'll be admitted.
States.
Positive 3. What's the number?
State C is positive 3 items, and it will be on states 25.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 25, you said?
25.
State Z.
You may.
And could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the items are?
A clear bottle cap, grab leaf packaging with a black straw inside, and Florida identification card for Anthony Williams.
And where were those items found?
Found at the hospital, retrieved from the hospital.
The items there, they're in the same condition?
Yes, they are.
With regards to what's been previously marked for identification as states AA, do you recognize that item?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
A impact filter from the spent casings found at US 27.
And how do you recognize that?
With my markings, my writing, as well as my badge number and the date on seal.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you packaged it and processed it in November of 2018?
Yes.
You're at the Senate State requesting a states AA and a states 26?
No objection?
No, no, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States AA marked 26.
So, Investigator Curry, with regards to suspect narcotics, if they are found, are those collected?
Yes, they are.
Did you collect any suspect narcotics in this case?
Not to my recollection.
Is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes, my report.
Okay. If I can approach, I have a copy of the property receipt with me. Sure. Would that help in assisting you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a property receipt?
Yes. So a property receipt identifies any type of evidence or items that are obtained or collected.
Is that something you document at the time when you were collecting the items?
That is correct.
Looking at that property receipt, are you refreshed as direction if you collected any suspect narcotics?
That is correct.
Did you collect any suspect narcotics from the person of Christopher Thomas?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
Cannabis.
Okay. And that item, was it packaged?
Yes, it was.
Do you have the ability to test suspect narcotics at the Miramar Police Department?
Yes, we do.
In terms of, is it analysis for a chemical certainty or is it a presumptive test?
It's a presumptive test.
Additional testing for any such information as to what that substance was, what agency does that to your knowledge?
Sent out to the BSO lab.
Okay, all right. How much of this shit? Are they done already?
How do you preserve those photographs?
They are burned to a disc, whether CD or DVD, and stored in our.
All right, so they're done for the day. All right, that was day one. Did it in 4 hours. I got cut half the time. Not bad, I guess. The opening statements was interesting to me. Somewhat interesting. I'm curious about the probable cause affidavit. We got day two. So day two, again, I was saying we only got to do like maybe less than 2 hours for day two. And we're going to skip day three and we'll go to day four. So, and I think we should just leave day two for tomorrow. I don't want to sit here for another 2 hours. I think we should give us time to like chill for a little bit. And I do have other notifications. So if we get I hope we get a chase so we can have a little bit of fun. Maybe I'll order a little something. Maybe keep a little champagne in the fridge. If there's a chase, I'll have some champagne or something. I don't know. Just looking at the timestamps again for day two. Yeah, it's about 40 something minutes and then about an hour. Yeah, so let's do that tomorrow. Let's do day two tomorrow. It's 2 hours. We'll split it up a little bit. We don't have to do a whole bunch all in one. I mean, it kind of worked out, I guess, because we'll be caught up by Monday. And then hopefully this trial continues like being good or whatever, and we can just start with everybody else on Tuesday. The long break actually kind of helped out the timing, I think. Oh no. Luffy says, I think Melly's guilty as F. That's what my friend said. No. Lord Almighty. But yeah, I mean, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I know it was kind of a drag, especially Friday night. I really don't like to stream late Fridays, like after evenings or like nighttime, unless it's a chase. I feel like people are out doing stuff on Friday night or whatever. I mean, unless something breaking happens, I normally don't really I like to jump on Fridays nights or whatever, but I like my favorite wine is Santa Margarita. I found it by accident on the shelf. Santa Margarita. It's just what I like. It's a really good wine. It's a little pricey. It's kind of like 20 something, depending where you get it. 20 something, almost 30. It's smooth. It's relaxing. And then I like Prosecco. Prosecco's nice too. Prosecco's like nice and smooth. It's kind of light, bubbly, chill, relaxed. Rachie, love you too. Be safe tonight, Joyce. Yeah, I'm gonna be just chilling. I can't really drive anywhere. They got my car, so I'm not going anywhere. I'll just be chilling. I gotta kind of clean up a little bit. Not me, I'm a homebody. I'm kind of a homebody too, but lately I've been trying to get out a little bit, like on the weekends, like how I did the Miami Zoo yesterday, which was fun. Too much of a drive though, but it was fun. I think next weekend, gonna do Silvio's having a party for his daughter, so I'm gonna do that. Mel, please check link. What link? Santa Muerte wine? Hell nah. You think it's gonna be a chase? I think it'll be a chase too. I might order something, have them deliver it. Some Prosecco. Write your dating questionnaire tonight. Oh, you know what? I think I needed to add some shit to that too. Dating. Let's see. Dating questionnaire. Do you have a job? Do you have a car? Do you live on your own? What's your mental health status? What medications do you take? What's your credit score? Do you have a criminal history? There's a couple of things I feel like I've learned quite a bit. What else do I need to add to that? I keep forgetting to add to it because there was a few things I've come up with that I need to add to this list. My dating questionnaire. I'm dead ass about that too. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, shit's a joke. I'm dead ass. Oh, I didn't spell questionnaire right. I shouldn't show that. Is it just two E's? Am I just missing an E? Let's see. Oh, it's actually, did I spell it right the first time? I actually did have it spelled right. Did I? It just don't look right to me. That's right. Questionnaire. Let's see. Oh, but that's a person who, I guess that's the right way. No, that's questioner. We need questionnaire, right? Oh, hold on. Yeah, there we go. Ooh. I'm just gonna copy paste that shit. There we go. No. Anyone? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah. Anyone in your family incarcerated? I'm not too worried about if somebody's incarcerated. I mean, well, it depends. Maybe if it's like murder or something. I don't know. Just right. Seeking sugar mama, Mel. I've never. I mean, I don't need one, but I was saying it to somebody the other day. Like, I wonder what that experience is like. I wouldn't mind it, but I've never. It's not like it's something that I'm seeking out or anything like that. Sugar mama. The experience. I'll pay you. You just gotta take off your clothes. Mel. I think it's sometimes better not to even look and just let things come. Because when you look, I feel like you find trouble, you know? Even though I'm looking. But I shouldn't. I should just focus on my shit. Things will come. I think I just need to learn to date without jumping in. That's it. Date, get to know the person, take my time. I get into shit too fast. Murder on my mind. Oh. Do you care if they've been married before? No. I don't care if they've been married before. Murder on my mind. What a song, right? Make friends first. Make it, even if it makes 2 years of friendship. Damn, 2 years. I ain't, oof. 2 years of friendship? I can't be that slow. I mean, I have people that I'm just friends with, though, and I can just be friends with people. But I don't know anybody that I was friends with 2 years, and that's just like a weekend. Or I don't know, like a couple weeks. Ain't no way 2 years and be like, Mel, I like you. No, it's really fast. But I know what you're saying, though. It really is good to like be friends with somebody and know them. 2 years. But yeah, there's some people that just like talk forever, like for years just talking. Or there's people that don't put labels on things and they're just dating for years and shit. Or like they're together for 5 years and don't get married or anything. That is one to add. Ooh, what temperature do you keep your home at? Is crucial. Well, it kind of is, maybe, because some of these people, they keep their thing up like, so what temperature do you guys keep your temp at? And I'll tell you mine. Bro, a weekend we're trust me, I move like way too fast. That's my problem. I gotta slow down. A weekend we're doing everything. Not moving in, but I dated my husband for 6 months before saying yes to being his girlfriend. Wow, that's good. Maybe I need to try to move it to that level. Maybe that would save me a lot of trouble. If I don't, like, within the first couple weeks, be boyfriend, girlfriend. Okay, so we got Monica, 69, 72, Meg, Narcy, 73. Okay. Kitty, 73. This is very telling. Layla, 67. Wow. 24K. My mother keeps that shit like at 75, 76 sometimes, bro. I used to die in that house. I keep mine at 70, but if it's kind of if I'm feeling really hot, I'll put it to 69 too. And I have like ceiling fans, you know, so. People have told me that before, Marcy. 62, Stacy? I have problems doing that. She says yes, and I've dated. Do you date multiple people at once? Can you do that? I have a hard time doing that. I need to, I guess. Maybe I overcommit sometimes. Until you're boyfriend, girlfriend, right? You can date multiple people. But then do you tell the other person that you're dating multiple people if they ask you? Silvio says yes. So yeah, tell him. Fuck it. Why? So what? Yeah, so what? Tell her. Tell that bitch. Sex messes it up sometimes. Tell you stories. 70, 71 plus fans. Kentucky, true. Kentucky. That's true, Kitty. Florida, we got the heat, the humidity. Okay. Mercy. Maddie's mother used to keep it pretty high too, like 75. Done? Oh, another one? Okay, it's the last one for today though, okay? Okay. No more today, okay? Oh, she rolled her eyes at me. Oh my god. You love multi-dating? Harry Potter says, I love multi-dating. They do's, not so much. I got everything confused. I'm a mess. Sonia says, I've tried dating multiple people and was honest with someone about it. And he was turned way off. Damn. Damn. He was with her 14 years? Thank goodness. Shit. 1 year in and I'm evaluating whether I can be with you the rest of my life or not. 14 years? Couple months in, I start thinking, not even a couple months, maybe even less. Like, can I ever see myself with this person? But definitely at a year mark, the year mark for me is like, all right, like, I start to think. 14 years? I couldn't be, well, I don't know. Maybe it's good not to rush though. It really is good not to rush like marriage and stuff, especially with the rates these days. Right? Statistics. 76, but I live in Cali. Yeah, California's cooler. You guys run cold. You got the dry air. STD is on the rise, so be careful. Penicillin is getting scarce. Is it really? Double wrap that thing. Put it 4 years together, not married. Not sure if I like her yet. JD. Do I hear a commitment issue? I mean, I don't want to commit to somebody that's not a. I commit to the right person, but with my husband for 5 years dating. Oh, 5 years dating, 11 years married. That's good. Three years with each other until married. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, dating is really tricky. It can be really, I don't know. Courthouse cat, been my boyfriend 16 years. Some people are just not into marriage. Some people don't want to get married. They see it as a liability or just complicate shit. So some people don't want to get married. They don't really care for it. It's just a label. What's your age limit? I don't know. I don't think I have one. I mean, I've read online. I mean, obviously, like over whatever, you know, but you're probably talking about older, maybe. I don't know. I don't really have one really. Like, I read this somewhere online where it's guys. I mean, you would say women and men, but I was reading something specifically with I was dating something specifically with men, and they were talking about you get to the sweet spot. You know, you can date younger, you can date your age, or you can date older. So I'm open to whatever. I'm just kind of. I think I'm just in my phase. I'm gonna have a little fun and date. And if I find somebody, I find somebody. If not, kind of thing. I mean, I was dating somebody. Last year. I was dating somebody. I was 25. That's the biggest age gap that I've dated. I was 37. I'm getting text messages. Chef lady says, I've had two friends with benefits for 10 and 11 years. That's possible? So chef lady, the friends with benefits thing, you didn't have problem, like you guys, like it was cool? I feel like the friends, I actually would really love that right now. I don't know. But the thing is, I just feel like something always happens. Somebody always, and maybe I'm that person too, catches feelings. It's kind of hard to have sex and not get feelings. It's kind of weird how the stream changed to this, huh? Like, but this shit's been on my mind a lot lately. These thoughts and stuff. No one during COVID went to the doctors, so STDs got out of hand. Syphilis on the rise. Be careful. I've never had an STD, so I'm thankful for that. But I mean, it's true. I guess you gotta be careful. I guess we in Florida, you know, we ain't worried about. Well, that actually Florida has a pretty high rate, but I'm talking about COVID. Would you date someone 22? I don't know. It depends. You trying to say something? It really depends on the person. The 25 thing, it wasn't. I didn't plan for that. It just happened. I wasn't like targeting a 25-year-old. It just, I didn't even know how old the person was. We just started talking and we met. And it wasn't even like we just met to this person was visiting Florida. We were just going to go out to eat or something, and it turned from 1 day to like 7 days. So it just kind of, I don't know. It just happened. Chaos says I'm 5 years older than my husband. Oh, really? Amazing. you want more kids, 36 should be your limit. Well, that's a really good question too, right? Do you want more kids? I not too long ago I had talked to somebody that was a little bit older, like 10 years older, but I don't want to like incriminate myself here to people watching. Would you date someone who is 92? Holy shit. 92 and broke? Who's that? Hello, Mel. Oh, Mel. Hi, Mel. I like you. Yeah, friends with benefits is like so complicated. Because usually it's like a thing of like, usually things that I've had, it's like the person will be like, I only want to have sex with you, and you know, if you're gonna have sex with somebody else, you gotta tell me, but then like it's over. Which is almost like a relationship. I don't know. Not that I'd want to be having sex with a bunch of random people anyway, but it's usually some type of feelings gets in there, you know. I don't know. I'm open, man. I'll do whatever right now. I feel like I'm in a sweet spot. 92 means diapers. Damn, bro. 92 and still smokes a pack a day. Yo, the cigarettes thing is a lot though. Like if it's somebody that smokes a lot, I mean, because I mean the smell and the breath and kissing. I date Mel and I'm pregnant and married. I like pregnancy. But the kids thing, I'd be open to it, but it would have to be somebody that's like really, really like, I'd have to know like this person is a good person and not like crazy or something, you know, like that kid shit. I mean, look where I'm at now, you know, so it's like, ideally I'd want somebody that we're going to stay together, you know. Don't ask, don't tell. One was 10 years younger and one was 11 years. Bruh. Yo. Oh my God. Killing me. Complicated with exes. Oh my God. I gotta get the fuck out of here. I gotta end this shit, yo. Oh my God. Get out. Exit. End the stream. Yeah, no, I'm completely fine with one kid though. Like I'm happy, completely happy with one kid. But if I got with somebody and they wanted another kid, and if it was the right person, I wouldn't mind. Ooh, I bet. Well, that's the difficult thing. Michelle said I'm 15. Oh, no, not 15. Michelle said I'm single and my 15-year-old son doesn't want me to date. That's what the only thing I'd be afraid of. If like somebody with a kid that's like in their teenage years and they start building up hate for you and stuff like that because you're dating their mom. No, man. No, mom. Yeah, I don't know, man. Dating is freaking. It's a mess. I think I'm on a little break right now, kind of. I'm open to another kid. You're open to another kid. I mean, I would be. Put myself back in the hole again. No, just kidding. Yeah, dating is freaking complicated. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've learned a lot though. I really like the things that I've learned from dating. Something to drink. I'll just do this. Maddie keeps asking me for a sister. She's asked multiple times. Mm-hmm. Done with kids. You have twin girls. Wow. That's what single parent of an only child. It was just easier. Yeah, I think when Maddie gets older too, it's gonna be easier. Because right now it's like it takes all this planning and stuff to go out. Kind of. I mean, my mother watches her a lot, and now her mother is kind of helping out more too. So I actually do have more time. But even to travel, it's like I have all this stuff, preparations, planning. It's just harder to date when you have a young kid, you know. Adopt? I'm not adopting. I gotta make him. I like the whole making process. I gotta make him. Herbear, pregnant with a boy. How far along are you? That's what I figured. I think when the kids get older and stuff, it's a lot easier to do what you got to do. I mean, Maddie's such an easy kid. Like she's super easy to like take care of. She's quiet. She's like she's just very self sufficient, chill. I've seen other people's kids. That's hard. 5 months, amazing. You got an 8-year-old sister? Oh, nice. Close age range. I waited 10 years between two of my kids. I have a 20-year-old daughter and a 10-year-old son. And that's all. Damn, Chaos, 6 kids? Amazing. Oh, Jack! Jack! As soon as they want you to meet family, it's time to move on. Wow, Chaos. 26, 21, 20, 16, 15, and 8. No, Charisma, don't even talk about that. Mm-mm. Would you, Ashley? 22. That's what they all say. I'm just kidding. Is that your first kid? I guess it's your first kid, right? For a bear? All right. I guess I'll start heading out. I'm hoping for a chase. I am gonna order a little champagne, I think, and keep it in the fridge. And hope we get a chase. Like a piece of pineapple stuck somewhere in my mouth, like a string or something. It's weird. First baby, amazing. Yo, what a stream. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna order the Prosecco since I can't go anywhere. And hope we get a chase. You already drunk, Allie? Amazing. Prosecco. I love Prosecco. Jody, love you too. Red flag trying to get picked up on a live. I was talking about this the other day. I think I have some toxic traits too. Somebody said we all have toxic traits. I think I sometimes like toxic. Some toxic, not all toxic, some toxicity. Maybe I'm a little toxic too. I got toxic shit. I'm embracing my shit. Oh, we could go on Discord and talk. Could go on Discord. That could be fun. It's a little limited because I'm on YouTube. You know, I don't want to say too much. I already said a lot tonight. I already incriminated myself today. Court chases, food cocktails, and dating advice. I like dry too. I like dry champagne. I don't like it like sweet, too sweet. I like it dry. Ooh, you got Chardonnay too? Prosecco and Chardonnay? Oh! What kind of shit? Yes. Stay toxic. I need to get toxic merch. I admit it. I like a little toxic shit. I attract toxic though. I stopped dating when I realized I attract crazy. I like them too, but when it's too crazy, it's too much. Like I don't want them to. No, I don't want to put that on her either. Was the 20th? No, there was one more recent actually. But not, well, when you say the crazy one, I'm not sure which crazy one and which level of crazy you're talking about. But I don't want to put that on her. There was a really crazy one a long time ago, and there's some situation kind of recent. But I don't want to. I'll be really careful because people watching. I don't want to put nothing on anybody. You crazy too, Mel. I saw your video. I was watching. I don't like crazy. I admit it. Fuck it. Yeah, I don't like drama. I really don't. Especially now. I mean, especially when I'm doing like trials and stuff too. When I'm doing shorter videos, it's not too bad. But when I'm doing like trials, to be in like in a crazy relationship, it's very, very draining. I can't because like Oh my god, Urbear says my hubby's on the way home. I can't chat like this when he's around. I don't get in trouble. Discord. The iCKEdMeL name. I told the story a lot of times. I was in an AOL group called iCKEd Army. And to join the group, you had to adopt their name. So since my name is Melvin, people call me Mel. That's where iCKEdMeL came from. And I just kept it because it's just, it's easy. It's easy and unique. Nobody else has it, so. Bye, Urbear. Take care. Gotta leave the chat. I'll be pulled in. Peace. Be safe. Delete this video from your watch history. I love you too, Urbear. Sleep with one eye open. No problem, Jody. All right, I guess I'm gonna get at it. You're a beer kind of girl. The only thing with beer, it just feels so like too much. We can do Discord if you want. Thanks, Pirate Man. I want to try that Moscow Mule. Next time I go out, I might ask for it. Moscow Mule. I'm gonna try that shit. All right. Well, I'm out of here. Love you guys, and hopefully we'll be back later. All right. Bye. Adios. Bloop, 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 bloop.